listed as the starter at center, but we just told you Lance Dickerson may give it a go. He's at least dressed out, right?
But Chris played the last semifinal game. Chris Owens struggled a little bit at center. That's probably why you got Leonard Dickerson dressed out. But at least you got them at 10 with the experience back there behind them, making plays throughout the whole season. They haven't had many injuries up front to deal with, so that's only one they've had this season.
What impresses me about Mac Jones is he's a cerebral quarterback. He'll tell you, I'm not the most athletic guy on the field. He said, when I see plays, 2 steps ahead, and that's what keeps me ahead of the defense. He never puts them in a bad position. And then you got a backfield mate like Najee Harris and Doak Walker Warwick. How can you go wrong? Mac Jones has thrown for 4,000 yards this year. Alabama's the first offense in FBS history to have a guy with 20 touchdown catches. Devontae Smith does. Yeah, 20 or more rushing touchdowns, which Najee Harris does. And then John Mechie has been a big play for him as well.
Stepped right in for Jalen Waddle, and again, they're catching several passes a game, and he could be one of those guys under the radar that has a huge game and ends up winning the Super Bowl as MVP maybe.
And they're keeping a close eye on Jalen Waddle. Nick Saban telling Allison Williams during college game day it will be Jalen's decision. He has worked hard to try to come back from a fractured ankle and also a high ankle sprain suffered on a kickoff return, the opening play against Tennessee. Hasn't played since, but has worked to try to give it a shot. Will he be able to play? If he can, how effective will he be? All of those are valid questions. In this Ohio State defense, we also told you they're down a couple of guys up front. Tommy Togiai and Tyreek Smith. Togiai really important in the interior. Smith, a great pass rusher, not available for this game tonight. I tell you, the thing I like about Ohio State's defense, you don't have any real superstars like a Chase Young or Jeff Okuda, but they play so well as a unit. They tackle well, they're fundamentally sound. I spoke to several coaches, David. They said this group does a tremendous job of playing with great effort, knowing what they're supposed to do, and they're very fundamentally sound.
You better hear Haskell Garrett's name a lot, 92, if they're going to beat Alabama and slow down this offensive unit. It's got to be in the middle of the defense. That big D tackle can be disruptive. Trevor Lawrence could not get any time whatsoever. They pressured him all night. That man right there got to play huge.
And what a story, too. He was shot in the face, breaking up an altercation in August. Very fortunate not to be injured more than he has, and he's had a terrific season. Here's the guy in the secondary, Sean Wade. He said he wanted Devontae Smith. The pressure is on him tonight.
A lot of pressure on Sean Wade. Don't forget, good season, he opted out, and then he decided to opt back in. And people, they lauded him like he was going to be the next Jeff Okuda. Cover corner, can shut down one half of the field. He struggled some this season, but he said he wanted to draw the assignment of checking the Heisman Trophy winner, Devontae Smith. Let's see if they put him on number 6, the Slim Reaper, tonight.
Wade hasn't been as effective when covering on the outside as he was as the nickelback last year in that Ohio State defense. It also helped to have Chase Young up front. Jonathan Cooper will try to get that push up front for Ohio State, put some pressure on Mac Jones. You can see the national championship game in a variety of ways across all of these platforms. The Megacast starting at 8 Eastern.
Watch the patience of Bubble 99. He waits for a hole between the refreshing bubbles, turns on the gas, and takes it all the way to the flow zone. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. Seconds, most interesting view.
If we catch crabs in Virginia and Maryland, can we file taxes in each state?
With large catches in both? Yes. I'll even file for you.
Thank you.
File with the help of an expert. Or let an expert file for you. Intuit TurboTax Live.
This college football season, unlike any other, comes to a close this evening with the College Football Playoff National Championship game. It'll be Alabama and Ohio State. Thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions for the play live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coolgan Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hit that thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag CFB playoff. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. as well. Led to South Beach, Miami, Florida, Hard Rock Stadium, home of the Miami Dolphins for tonight's national championship game. No number 3 seed has ever won the college football playoff national title during the college football playoff era. Ohio State, your 3 seed, Alabama, your 1, 2 unbeatens at 12-0 for the Crimson Tide, 7-0 for the Buckeyes, both conference champions. Something's got to give. You like points? We're going to get a lot of them this evening, hopefully at least. Very well could turn into a defense showdown, though. I do expect a little bit later on. But honestly, where to begin? Alabama, Ohio State, 5th all-time meeting with the Crimson Tide and Buckeyes, 2 historic programs in the world of college football. First meeting, though, since the 2014 season, January 1 of 2015 in the college football playoff semifinal of the Sugar Bowl, in which Ohio State came from behind and won before winning their last national championship against Oregon a few weeks later. So Alabama playing in there as Nick Saban is vying for his 7th all-time national championship as a college football head coach, actually returning to Miami, where he coached the Miami Dolphins for a few seasons. Last time Alabama played Miami, they won the national title as well in 2012, January 13, against Notre Dame, blowing out the Fighting Irish, a team they defeated to get to this national championship here tonight in the Rose Bowl from Dallas in what was the Cotton Bowl a few days before, just a few weeks ago, due to coronavirus with some movement with scheduling. But as Nick Saban is vying for his 7th national championship all-time as a head coach, 6 at Alabama since 2009, the other, of course, at LSU back in 2003. So 7 national championships in less than 20 years. Saban, more so than not, yes, probably going to go down as the greatest college football coach of all time. Some would beg to differ. But at least for this era, this generation, no doubt, I would have to agree, Nick Saban, as Ryan Day is vying for his first ever national championship as a head coach, of course, taking over for Urban Meyer just a few years ago. Same sort of discussion when Dabo at Clemson, who Ohio State beat in the Sugar Bowl just a few weeks ago on January the 1st. When Alabama was facing Clemson a few years ago, Dabo was searching for his first national title. Eventually he got it, and has won another since. But with Saban and Ryan Day here tonight, it's sort of it's very similar in my eyes. So that's really not, much of a discussion to, have. Honestly, even though, yes, coaches coach and players play, the players are going to be the ones, out there playing tonight. And as mentioned, if you like points, hopefully we'll be getting a lot of those. However, Ohio State's going to be down 13 players for the most part. A few starters on defense, backup kicker as well. But it's next man up mentality. Ohio State at 7-0, 6-0 Big Ten Conference champions. They had a few games, of course, postponed, canceled due to coronavirus. Hopefully everyone's been staying safe and doing well, and will continue to moving forward into the new year here in 2021. Thank you for tuning in and watching. But Ohio State beat Clemson in the Sugar Bowl. Alabama beat Notre Dame in the Rose Bowl that was moved from Pasadena, unfortunately, to Arlington, Texas, home of the Dallas Cowboys. And throughout the night as well, as always, coming up at halftime, we'll have first half stats and scores from this national championship game. Here tonight, we'll take a look back at the 2020 college football season with a recap of the bowl games, and then also take a look around the college football coaching carousel with some head coaches getting some new jobs. So all that and, of course, much more with Alabama and Ohio State for the national championship still to come over the next few hours or so, live right here on YouTube. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching Game on ESPN, among some others with the MegaCast. It'll be Chris Fowler, Kirk Herbstreit on the call. So Alabama, Ohio State, Nick Saban, Ryan Day. In my opinion, tonight's game is going to be one up front in the trenches at the line of scrimmage. Whoever's going to win this game is going to, hopefully at least from the get-go, you got to start fast as always. But whether it's going to be Alabama or Ohio State, I'll give you my game pick here in a minute. It's either going to be, of course, Alabama or Ohio State. Roll Tide or go Buckeyes. Let me know in the comments who you think will win tonight's national championship game to close out the college football season, along with voting on the question of the day poll on social media. Links in the description below. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. That's the easiest way to stay up to date. Hopefully tune back in for more live reactions, play as always live right here on YouTube as well. But tonight's game going to be one up front. Got to control the line of scrimmage in order to, of course, run the football and then also throw. With all the playmakers both of these offenses have, you start with Mac Jones and Devontae Smith along with Najee Harris on the Crimson Tide's offense. Of course, Devontae Smith, your current Heisman Trophy winner, first wide receiver to do so in almost 30 years, first since Michigan's Desmond Howard. But you have to be able to block to run. You have to be able to block to throw. You have to run to throw. You have to throw to pass. So with all that being said, as mentioned, tonight's game, in my opinion at least, everybody has their own opinions. So let me know, as mentioned, your prediction and your opinion as well, with some valid points, hopefully. Tonight's game is going to be one up front in the trenches at the line of scrimmage. Whoever wins the line of scrimmage is going to be able to run the football and then open up play action. Mac Jones, Najee Harris, Devontae Smith, Ohio State, also with the former Penn State commit, Georgia Bulldog, and Justin Fields, a Georgia boy himself, who defeated another Georgia boy of his in Trevor Lawrence's Clemson Tigers in the Sugar Bowl, as Ohio State, for the first time since winning the Sugar Bowl against Alabama to get to their last national championship game. They did so just on New Year's. Alabama, as mentioned, beat Notre Dame pretty handily. But Master Teague's battling some injury for the Buckeyes in the backfield. However, Trey Sermon's come on strong the past 2 weeks. Sort of, very similar, talk about Saban going up against Ryan Day tonight, as he did with Dabo, and, both head coaches were at that point vying for the first national titles. You go back to that 14 run, that 3-game stretch, Ezekiel Elliott, 3 very strong rushing games in the Big Ten title game against Wisconsin, college football playoff semi in the Sugar Bowl against Alabama, and then against Oregon, the national title, running the Buckeyes to victory. So it'll be Justin Fields handing off to Trey Sermon, as it'll be Mac Jones handing off to Najee Harris. All 4 of those players, along with these receivers I'm about to name as well, along with tight ends, very well could be high draft picks in a few months or even next year if they decide to return in the upcoming NFL drafts. But then there's also playmakers on the defense side of the ball, and I'll get to the defense here in a minute, but it's going to be Fields to Trey Sermon, Mac Jones to Najee Harris, but then with Alabama having this year's Heisman Trophy winner, a wide receiver for the first time since 1991, once again, in Devontae Smith, who sort of came on after Jalen Waddle went down with a broken ankle back in October. He's a game-time decision. I do believe he'll play. They say it's up to him. He very well could become a decoy for the Alabama offense, catching the Ohio State defense off guard, allowing another playmaker, of course, to get open and beat the Buckeye defense. But with Alabama on offense, you got Mac Jones at quarterback, Najee Harris at running back, Devontae Smith along with John Mechie, and a potential return from Jalen Waddle this evening. Bolden and Williams, 2 other receivers to keep an eye out for as well. Billingsley at tight end along with Randolph and Forstall. Some blockers up front that Alabama's going to have to use to control the line of scrimmage, hopefully, but then they can also catch the ball because they are a tight end, they are a receiver at that point. But then Ohio State at receiver, Chris Olave and Wilson. Alabama's DBs not as good as in years past. Their whole secondary, their whole defense, honestly, they've completely changed their offensive scheme. Offense coordinator Steve Sarkisian, to a point they have, but Steve Sarkisian, of course, the former Washington USC coach, a big help in that, led him to the Texas job after they fired Tom Herman. Breaking news in the NFL earlier today: the Philadelphia Eagles parted ways with Doug Peterson. So Peterson no longer the head football coach for the Philadelphia Eagles after winning Super Bowl 52 a few years back. He'll be vying now potentially for the Jets job or for another job elsewhere down the line here over the next few weeks. But the Eagles, along with all the other openings in the NFL, they now as well also have an opening. Be sure to go check out my college football bowl game predictions along with my NFL playoff predictions as well, live right here on the channel. And thank you for tuning in tonight. We're I'd say less than a half hour or so away from kickoff with Alabama and Ohio State. Of course, as you see players warming up and getting ready for tonight's game. Maria Taylor, along with Allison Williams, will be on the sidelines covering Ohio State and Alabama respectively, with, as mentioned, Chris Fowler and Kirk Herbstreit on the call tonight for ESPN. WWE Monday Night Raw about to kick off as well. We had some breaking news earlier today. Current WWE champion Drew McIntyre, among a few others that we don't know the identity of at this point in time, have tested positive for COVID-19. The game himself, Triple H, going to kick off Monday Night Raw tonight, so they say. Potential main event match against Randy Orton. Potentially, we'll see. Now both, about 22 minutes or so, less than a half hour there, 22 minutes and counting until kickoff with Alabama and Ohio State. Alabama donning their home crimson jerseys, Ohio State in their road scarlet and gray. But as both teams leave the field, head on back into the locker room, we'll have kickoff coming up shortly with the Crimson Tide and Buckeyes for the national title. More football still to come following this game, of course, of the NFL playoffs, but then, as in years past, following both the college football and NFL seasons, we had the Alliance of American Football, the AAF. Last year, the XFL returned. We'll be getting some spring college football with the FCS, the D1 AA level, with the teams that, of course, did not participate during this fall campaign over the past few months. So we'll see what the future holds, of course, but we'll put all that on hold for the time being over the next 3.5, 4 hours or so with Alabama and Ohio State. Your classic Big Ten SEC showdown. There was talk, of course, Ohio State didn't deserve to even be in the playoff. They only played 6 games. Well, that was the Big Ten's problem, Big Ten's fault. Back in August, when they canceled football a month later, hey, we're going to play because everyone else is. The SEC started late September. The Big Ten didn't start until late October. That's why there's the differential with games played. But Alabama and Ohio State are two of the best, if not the two best teams in all of college football, and that's why they're meeting tonight in the national championship game. Doesn't look like the bands for Alabama and Ohio State will be in attendance, unfortunately. So no Dotton the I and no Sweet Home, but we'll have kickoff, as mentioned, coming up momentarily. And keep those chat questions and comments rolling. I'll get to them in a second. But just be sure to like, follow, and subscribe, as always, on social media if you haven't done so already. College Football Playoff National Championship with Alabama and Ohio State, along with WWE Monday Night Raw, about to begin momentarily at the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, this Monday night, January the 11th, 2021. Hopefully everyone had a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year as we're in 2021 now. Final big D1 college football game of the season. And then, of course, these players that will be going to the NFL moving forward. We'll get ready for the Combine and then the draft. We'll have free agency in between for players, of course, active already in the league. And we'll get more into college football and the NFL, of course, always at a later date. So be sure to just like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Hit that red subscribe button. We'll notify bell next to it, as well as easiest way to stay up to date on social media. And once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. But yeah, Alabama, Ohio State should be a good one, honestly. But it's going to be one up front, in my opinion. Jones is going to have to hand off to Harris. Fields is going to have to hand off to Sermon. And then that's going to allow, once they have the defense on their heels, whether they're going to run to throw or throw to run, it's going to open up the play action or, bust a big run up the gut. Run, play action. Do what you got to do to win. And just get the hell open if you're a receiver, honestly. And if you're a defensive back, you're playing defense, you're going to bring pressure. Okay, get after the quarterback. Got to be able to protect and get after the opposing quarterback, of course, as always. But hold on 1 second, as mentioned. We're going to have WWE Monday Night Raw kickoff here momentarily, having a small issue with this for some reason. Always something, I tell you what. Working perfectly fine until we're about to have these events, of course, kick off. There we go. All right. Technology, it's good, but then it also sucks. So hopefully, unlike last night, no technical difficulties this evening with whether it be buffering, disconnect, reconnect, battery issues, some fuzz with snow. I really don't know, nor do I care. I just hope, it doesn't happen. But I'll digress and we'll move on. So, got to run to open up the play action, especially all the weapons both these quarterbacks have to throw to with everyone I just named off there. But Ohio State with Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, along with true freshman and Julian Fleming, who I think tonight very well could have a breakout come-out game tonight for the Buckeyes. But look for Luke Farrell at tight end, along with Ruckert and then Houseman. Something's got to give, honestly. Two powerhouse college football teams, two very, very successful head coaches, as we're having another issue here getting WWE Monday Night Raw. As they're going to go over game picks, Alabama, Ohio State. Let me know in the comments who you have winning. I'll go over mine right before kickoff, so stay tuned. Alabama is about a 10-point favorite. So Desmond Howard, of course, the Michigan Wolverine in him. He's going to pick the Crimson Tide over the Ohio State Buckeyes. Ohio State's team up north rival. And David Pollock going to also pick Alabama. Herbie, no pick from him, of course, with him on the call alongside Chris Fowler, Reese Davis. He'll probably say Alabama just for the hell of it because that's where he went to school, and he's biased as all hell. We're going to go to the coach himself, Lee Corso, and potentially maybe his final game day headgear pick ever. Alabama, Ohio State, two of the most picked teams by him. They're going to be Big Al or Bruce the Buckeye. It's either Roll Tide or OHIO. And as mentioned, you'll have my pick in a second. Go Brutus. Corso going to pick Ohio State to win this year's College Football Playoff National Championship game. Brutus, of course, was his first ever headgear selection when game day first started. Having some difficulty on my end here, too, with the broadcast. It's cutting in and out on me. But that's all on ESPN's end. I don't know if I was doing that for anybody else by any means or not, but it's just flickering in and out. As there will be about 15,000 fans in attendance at a, of course, limited capacity, social distance, inside Hard Rock Stadium in South Beach, Miami, Florida. But now higher, as we see this opening video package for the College Football Playoff National Championship game. This is music that, of course, is narrated by the chocolate candy that everyone loves, Eminem himself. And copyright YouTube, it's playing in the background, yes, I know, but it's not coming from me, myself. So don't, by any means whatsoever, do what you sometimes do. Of course, Eminem, over the past year or so, releasing some new music, getting us pumped up for Alabama, Ohio State. Should be a good one. Should be a damn good game. Expecting a shootout, honestly, but like I said, I'm not going to be shocked by any means whatsoever if it's 20-17, if it's a defensive showdown. So we'll see how, of course, the game goes and what the outcome will be. In the meantime, once again, I have another issue with WWE Monday Night Raw. Monday Night Raw about to begin now. We're going to get down to business tonight, that's for damn sure. Nice aerial shot of Hard Rock Stadium in South Beach, Miami, Florida. Miami Gardens, home of the Dolphins. They've done some renovations since the last time Alabama visited for a national title game, defeating Notre Dame back in January 13. They defeated Notre Dame in the Rose Bowl to get to this year's national title game, as Ohio State also defeated Clemson to get to the national title game tonight as well. Championship Monday, we got some college football, Monday Night Football. Alabama, Ohio State. Are you ready for some football? I know I am. And unfortunately, of course, college football season is going to come to an end following this game for the big D1 level. But as mentioned, we'll have some FCS action beginning next month. And we'll get more into that along with everything else going on a little bit later on. In the meantime, I'm trying to get WWE Monday Night Raw pulled up. Having some issues, as it's been fine the past hour or so, however long I've had this pulled up, getting ready for both. It's always something that's mentioned. Getting ready for both the college football playoff national title game and WWE Monday Night Raw this evening, as they're on the road to WrestleMania. Will be on the road to WrestleMania following the Royal Rumble. Yeah, they're having some issues, I guess. I don't know. Come on, man. All I want to do is watch this. And you got to act up. Yes, exit, and we'll get back into it. And it's always something. Always something. But as mentioned, it was working perfectly fine up until when it needs to be working. Okay, perfectly fine. This is, once again, something that's never done. That's why I say it's always something new. But we work out the kinks and we go back to what looks to be summertime. This is Randy Orton, the Legend Killer himself, potentially gonna take out Triple H tonight on Raw, following Legends Night last week on Monday Night Raw with the return of Goldberg. Now Drew McIntyre's COVID-19. So WWE Thunderdome in Orlando, a few hours north of Miami, where this game, Alabama and Ohio State's about to take place, with kickoff momentarily. But in the meantime, here comes the game. The King of Kings, the cerebral assassin himself, Triple H. Of course, WWE's way to try to boost some ratings head-to-head with this ball game tonight. Ain't gonna matter these next few weeks until the Royal Rumble. Yeah, some issues tonight with Raw. I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to watch Monday Night Raw now. It's giving me a ton of trouble. It's never done this either. It's always something new. Always something new, I tell you what. Whoever the hell has my voodoo doll for technology, knock the hell off. Because sometimes enough's enough. Because if everything else is working perfectly fine, why the hell isn't this working perfectly fine when it just was working perfectly fine? Makes no sense. But there's some things that, of course, don't make any sense. So you got to deal with it. Maybe I'll just have to watch Monday Night Raw a little bit later on. Or if anybody's out there watching, currently listening, well, in the meantime, here we go. We're all right for now. But it seems to be the course that's going to take us on tonight. Yeah, screw it. I ain't worried about it. So, if I get a chance here, once this game kicks off, to figure out what the hell's going on here, try to figure it out, but I'm doing as much as I can possibly do. You can only do so much. So, Triple H kicking us off, yeah, I ain't worried about it. Alright, Triple H kicking us off in the Thunderdome, but I'll watch Monday Night Raw a little bit later on. Screw it. If it's going to give me this much trouble, it ain't worth it. So, just as COVID's giving the WWE issues right now, technology is giving me issues right now as well in order to watch WWE Monday Night Raw. So, for the time being, we'll forget about it, won't worry about it, and, we'll move on. So if anybody is, in fact, out there listening or even watching, and you want to give me some updates on WWE Monday Night Raw, always greatly appreciated. So, yeah, we'll leave it at that, and we'll dive into really what's the most important thing tonight anyway, and that's the College Football Playoff National Championship game with Alabama and Ohio State from South Beach, Miami, Florida. College Game Day now finished. They bring in Corso from his home in Orlando, making the headgear selection, but then also via hologram, and then of course it's an ad for a service in which David Pollock just picked, along with the rest of the Game Day crew, Lee Corso to win. So who knows if Corso is going to be done with College Game Day or not. I'd hope not, because he's one of the main focal points Saturday mornings during college football season. But I'll digress on all that. We'll move on. Alabama and Ohio State about to kick off. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. But just talking about those offenses a little bit ago. Run to throw, throw to run, whatever you got to do to win, do it. Just don't, cheat. Do what, some teams have done in championship situations. But with all the weapons both these offenses have, you got to look to the defensive side of the ball there too, okay? Of course, whoever scores most points wins. It's not golf. Golf, lowest score wins. Whoever scores most points is going to win. The name of the game is winning. And that's all anybody ever remembers anyway. Last time Ohio State was a national title game, they won. However, the previous two times in back-to-back years against the SEC in 2006 and 2007 against Florida and LSU, they lost both. So, fifth national title game appearance for the Buckeyes since 2002. They're split at 2-2 right now. Third time to charm potentially tonight against Alabama and Nick Saban. It's not Urban Meyer, it's Ryan Day. Ryan Day's only lost one game, though, as acting head coach for Ohio State. And that was against Clemson last year in the Fiesta Bowl and College Football Playoff Semi. He avenged that loss on New Year's Day in the Sugar Bowl, getting the Buckeyes back to the promised land tonight against Alabama. But you got to go to the defense with something's got to give eventually with both of these teams, offense, defense, and special teams. And I do believe special teams and a potential defensive touchdown will be key tonight. But it's going to be what defense bends but doesn't break when it all is said and done. And with all that wrapped up into one, everything on top of one another, whoever does all that, in my opinion, is going to come out on top tonight and win the College Football Playoff National Championship game. As both Alabama and Ohio State now are making their entrance, running out of the tunnel, as they take the field for tonight's College Football Playoff National Championship game. Down in Miami, Mac Jones, Najee Harris, Devontae Smith, Justin Fields, Trey Sermon following his transfer from Oklahoma at running back, playing in absence of Master Teague, and then also Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson. Names to keep an eye out for tonight for the Crimson Tide and Buckeyes. Is here come those Ohio State Buckeyes in their road whites, as Alabama's the respected home team in this matchup. Ohio State, your visitor. Classic Big Ten SEC. Whoever wins is going to have some bragging rights on what conference is better, whether they played 12, 13, 14 games, 6, 7, 8 games all season long or not. Still going to be a good matchup tonight. Going to be a good game, hopefully, with the Crimson Tide and Buckeyes. So, with all that being said, it's either Roll Tide or OHIO. And being the Penn State fan that I am, along with rooting for the Big Ten always during bowl season, regardless of the matchup, it's better for the conference, as Ohio State, along with Alabama, both won the semis to get to the national title tonight. I'm going with the Ohio State Buckeyes to defeat the Alabama Crimson Tide this evening in the College Football Playoff National Championship game. So OHIO, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That thumbs up button. Share as well. Chat questions and comments. Super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. Coin toss now. As some things tonight a little different, of course, compared to years past. With tonight's game, the Big 12 will be our referees this evening. That's the conference Steve Sarkisian, your current Alabama offense coordinator, is going to. Took the Texas job following the firing of Tom Herman, as mentioned a minute ago. Ohio State, the visitor, gonna get to call heads or tails. I'm sure they have a special coin as always, but if I'm Ohio State, I win the toss. I defer. We'll see what they do. Heads is the trophy. Tails is the stadium. Stadium for tails. Ohio State tails. Tails never fails. But Alabama's won the toss. They defer. They want the football. Ohio State's going to kick off. Alabama's getting it first on offense. No, that's not what you said. Okay, so these referees are already confusing. Unless I completely misunderstood what he said. Okay, so Ohio State's going to get the ball now, so they say. Alabama won the toss. They deferred. So the Crimson Tide will kick off. Typical Big 12 rest for you. Alabama will kick off. Ohio State going to get it here first this evening. As both head coaches are now being interviewed. Ryan Day first, now Nick Saban. We are soon to find out. No shit. No doubt. But who makes more explosive plays? All the playmakers. Defense bends but doesn't break late. Special teams, potential defensive touchdown as well. Those are the keys. Whoever doesn't turn the ball over either should come out on top. So yeah, Alabama, okay. They won the toss. They have deferred. their option to the second half. They'll kick off. Ohio State getting the football. And in this season, unlike any other, we didn't even know midsummer, June, July, August, if we're going to be playing football. The Big Ten said they were. Now, no, we're not. Yes, we are again because everyone else is. For the most part, everyone else was, hey, we're playing, you know. But we've gotten to this point. We're now underway with Alabama and Ohio State in this year's College Football Playoff National Championship game. And we're going to have a touchback on the opening kick. It'll be 1st and 10 Buckeyes from the 25-yard line with Justin Fields in at quarterback, the former, as mentioned, Penn State commit. Decommitted, went to Georgia, transferred to Ohio State. You go back and listen to what I have to say after Ohio State beat Penn State back on Halloween. As I always do, hey, anybody that beats the Lions, or, and this should be for anybody, regardless of who your favorite team is, you want to root for whatever team that is, especially if it's your own conference, to have them get potentially to the national title game. And here we are, Ohio State is taking on Alabama, and I'm sticking to it, sticking by my word, and it just makes the conference look even 10 times better than what they already are. But as Fields there on 1st and 10, hands off the yard pickup for Trey Sermon, it'll be 2nd down. It's your classic Big Ten SEC matchup in the national title game for on what conference is in fact the best in all college football. So 2nd and 8, ball going to be deflected to the line of scrimmage, incomplete on the screen from Justin Fields, intended for number 8, Trey Sermon, former Sooner from Norman, Oklahoma, who has in fact scored a touchdown against Alabama in this exact stadium a few years back in the College Football Playoff semis, in which Alabama, of course, won, but Sermon since transferred to Ohio State, starting running back. Go to him on back-to-back plays, 2 yards on the first run, incomplete on the pass there, 3rd and 8 from the 27 now. Ohio State right to left across your television screen. Fields going to step up in the pocket. Going to be brought down from behind. However, he does advance his way for about a yard or so if he's lucky, but a very quick 3 and out, not even a minute in for Ohio State here on offense. Not a good sign there by for Trey Sermon on the Ohio State defense. On the Ohio State sideline, I should say. Excuse me. As the Ohio State defense is about to come out. Very quick 3 and out there by the Buckeyes. Punt. Alabama on the return, and Devontae Smith going to be brought down right away at the 21-yard line. So that's where the Crimson Tide offense will begin tonight's ball game. 1st and 10 with Mac Jones. 6 taken down, 6 on the return, but yeah, not a good sign there for Trey Sermon on the Ohio State sideline. Number 8, starting running back Master Teague was in there on that 3rd down play. Number 33, who at the start of the season was a starter, but some injuries, some movement on the depth chart, of course, has changed. A little slant over the middle. It's incomplete as Mechie was the intended target. 2nd down and 10. Would have been 11 on the pickup. But he's over there standing on the sideline. Trey Sermon is right now. Looks to be holding his left shoulder, if I'm not mistaken. Could be a collarbone. You know, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. If potentially he is injured, you would think, whether he's going to be staring down the camera or not, giving you the look, he's going to want to come back into play. So Mac Jones on the bubble screen, complete to Devontae Smith, and Smith showing you why he won the Heisman Trophy. Makes a negative 3-yard pass in the backfield on the bubble screen. Go for a big 1st down pickup, 5, 10, good 20-yard reception. A lot of yak yards going to Devontae Smith there on that reception. 1st down, tied from the 44-yard line. And they're going to be in the gun, trips in a bunch, top of your screen, with Najee Harris to the right of Mac Jones. Jones going to step up and then dump it off Najee Harris going to make a man miss, and Alabama, after an incomplete pass on 1st down and 10, back-to-back 15-plus yard receptions. And right off the bat, Trey Sermon already going into the locker room with a potential injury, really not moving that left arm whatsoever. It's just hanging there on his left side. So it's going to be Master Teague, it looks like, the rest of the ball game potentially for Ohio State on offense running the ball if Sermon can't come back in. And that's a huge blow to the Buckeye offense. As talked about earlier, the past 2 games, 250-plus total yards for Sermon in the Big Ten title game against Northwestern, along with college football playoff semi-win against Clemson. So it was on that very first play of the game, the tackle for, it was a 2-yard run and then a nice tackle by Alabama. Sermon just lands awkwardly on his left side, being brought down, and maybe he's got a broken collarbone. Don't speculate by any means, but it could be a separated shoulder, dislocated, as Harris going to lower his shoulder and pick up a big 1st down run there for Alabama. Another 15-yard play right into Shaun Wade, who returned following a opt-out, but once the Big Ten, of course, announced they were coming back and playing football this past fall. So did he, among a few others. But Ohio State on defense tonight, down a few starters because of COVID-19. There was actually some talk mid-last week this game would be postponed about a week or so, giving Ohio State some extra time to face Alabama, but no. We're good to go. We're playing tonight, so the game's underway. 11:05 to play in this opening quarter. Quick 3-and-out by Ohio State on offense. After, once again, Alabama won the toss, deferred to the second half. They kicked off. Ohio State got the ball. 3-and-out. Trey Sermon now injured. Alabama making it look easy, driving right down the field like it's nothing. So that's Alabama for you, okay? So now 2nd and 1. Another handoff, Najee Harris. He's going to be brought down, though, in the backfield by none other than 24, Shaun Wade, who's going to be a high draft pick come April. It'll be 3rd down, and I'd say 4, depending on the spot. But Alabama's already in field goal range. So you would hope, you'd think at least, the least amount of points, other than 0 if they get stuffed or miss a field goal, that they'll come out of this drive with is 3. And take an early 3-0 field goal lead here 5 minutes in. From the 22, Jones in the gun, trips top your screen left to right for the Tide. Najee Harris in motion on the wheel, far side, a little shuffle, 1st down. And Jalen Waddle is in fact playing. He's going to hobble to the sideline though. Hasn't played since October the 24th, the day the Big Ten started play. Broke his ankle on a kickoff return at Tennessee. So hasn't played in, close to 3 months. And a little crossing route over the middle. Mac Jones steps up to the line of scrimmage, acting like he's going to run, and then he just shuffles it. And Waddle picks up a big Alabama 1st down before running out of bounds. And then he's holding his right ankle that he, of course, broke and hasn't played because of since. Now he's back on the sideline, but no decoy on that play. But we'll see if they continue. Nice play. And Jones a little too far for Devontae Smith. Far side. Back corner of the end zone, incomplete. 2nd and goal now. But we'll see if they have Waddle, which if he's playing, he's going to be playing. Insert him back in the lineup for whatever type of package they, have planned for him tonight. A play like that to pick up that 1st down. Now, 2nd and goal from the 7 following the incompletion on that last play. Jones, pass complete. And for 3, maybe 4, John Mechie the 3rd. Start of the season for Alabama wide receiver, it was Jalen Waddle. And then Waddle, of course, goes down, and no wonder Devontae Smith won the damn Heisman Trophy because Alabama went to him then all the time following injury. But then they also have John Mechie. Both these teams have trios at tight end, and then also a strong running game. So that's why I said, as mentioned, it's going to be, when it comes down to it late, what defense is going to bend but doesn't break. Pass caught. Touchdown? No. They're going to mark him just shy. Far pylon near side. Right at the goal line. It was a completed pass from Jones to Bolden. The ball never, so to speak, crossed the plane. His knees are down in the end zone, but the ball's at the half-yard line. So they're going to mark him short, and it'll be 4th and goal now from the half-yard line. But we got a whistle. They're actually going to review this, take a look at it, and see if it was, in fact, a touchdown or not. Live time, it's a touchdown. Looking back on it, though, on that replay, it's going to be 4th and goal for Alabama from the half-yard line, I think. So they'll take a look at it, and in the meantime, we'll have a commercial break, of course, and see moving forward, once we return, what it's going to be. Whether it's going to be, it's a completion, no doubt, but it's going to be where the ball is spotted. A 4th and goal from the half-yard line or a touchdown. If Alabama can hold, if the Ohio State defense can hold Alabama to a field goal, win for the opening drive here, especially after you went 3 and out on your opening offensive drive. But, still, something's got to give for both these teams here tonight. It's the College Football Playoff National Championship game. Win or go home. You win, you're champions. You lose, your season's over, but you lost, okay? Because whoever wins, their season's also going to be over. But a win's better than a loss, of course, because, as mentioned, all anybody ever remembers is if you won or lost. The name of the game is, to have fun to an extent, but also win. So, and I'll leave it at that for the time being. But as mentioned, I am picking Ohio State to win tonight. So we'll see. I did see earlier a few big bets in a big game like this, both ways. But for the most part, more so than not, Ohio State's way as the underdog. Alabama 9-point favorite. I do believe, though, if I'm not mistaken, the last time that all college football playoff games since the 2014 existence until now, there's been 2 occasions that the underdog of 9 points or more. Notre Dame was a dog of almost 20 to Notre Dame, or Alabama, in the Rose Bowl from Dallas. And Tide didn't cover, but Alabama with Ohio State tonight. Ohio State has 2 wins. I believe, don't take my word on this. I saw the stat just a little bit ago. Didn't really get a chance to take a full look at it, but from what I can recall, off the top of my head, okay, short, it'll be 4th and goal from the half-yard line. What's Alabama going to do now? Go for it? I'd expect so. I mean, maybe try to draw them off. You get half the distance from the half-yard line to the inch line, but it's 1st and goal, and then you got another 4 shots to punch it in. Or do you kick the field goal? Offense is going to stay out there. But there's 2 occasions. Ohio State's been the team both times that picked up wins in the college football playoff. Handoff Najee Harris, touchdown Alabama. With 8:07 to play in this opening quarter, Alabama takes an early 6-0 lead, pending the extra point over the Ohio State Buckeyes in tonight's national championship game. So if anybody does, in fact, check that stat out for me, be my guest. But so Alabama's banned, it sounds like they're there. Ohio State's no for some reason. But that's the Big Ten for you, with new leadership from Kevin Warren. Among a few other issues, of course. But touchdown Alabama, extra point up and good. Tide lead the Buckeyes 7-0 here, midway through the opening quarter, following both opening drives here tonight by both offenses. As Ohio State went 3 and out real quick, not even a minute in. Trey Sermon injured, We'll see what his status is when we return. But then also Alabama making it look easy, driving right on down the field. 2 touchdowns and back-to-back plays. The one, of course, call stood. Short line to gain, 4th and goal from the half-yard line. A play later, they punch it in. Touchdown run for Najee Harris. And the Tide lead the Buckeyes 7-0. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag College Football, hashtag CFB Playoff. Chat questions, comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. But since the College Football Playoff began, there's been 2 teams, both for Ohio State, and their wins as they were dogs back in 2014 against the Tide, and then also against Clemson. Down favored underdog of more than 9 points. 7-2, I believe the official record is. The stat on that was. But Ohio State as their underdogs once again tonight, which really doesn't mean a whole lot. A win's a win. You win by 1, you still win. You win by 10, you win. You lose, regardless of however many you lose by. But, so just a interesting stat there I saw just a little bit ago that I, as mentioned, wanted to add in, but couldn't recall it off the, to the full extent, but I was recalling it there, trying to at least off the top of my head. So, as mentioned, don't take my word on that, but I do believe that is as I saw it earlier. So I'll leave it at that for the time being, but we'll see what Ohio State now does moving forward once we return, if they're going to try to get the run game going, with whether it's going to be Sermon coming back in from injury already, or either Master Teague, or even both for that matter. You know, try to catch Alabama off guard, get them both in the ball game at the same time, run some screens, do what you got to do to win, because it's win or go home. You know, the national title is on the line. Alabama's in this game for the 5th time in the past 6 years. Okay, Ohio State's in it for the 5th time in the past almost 20 years. Of course, Alabama's lone non-title game appearance in the College Football Playoff was when Ohio State beat Oregon, and then when LSU beat Clemson last year. And then in the meantime, the years in between, it's been Alabama, Clemson, Alabama, Georgia, now Alabama, Ohio State. So, and there's always the talk on whether the College Football Playoff should expand or not. I've always been for that. Yes, to expand it. What to? Well, who honestly really knows? Along with if, you know, if they do, I see it happening within the next probably 2-3 years. But until we get to that point, it's still 4. Okay, we have 4 slots for 4 different teams. Whether that's 2 from the same conference or not, or 4 with, Notre Dame wasn't added to the ACC this year. They made it before as independent though. So you have the SEC, the ACC, the Big Ten, and an independent, along with an add-in to the ACC this year. In this year's playoff, but there's always, of course, something to talk about, but then everybody always has their own opinion, and then it's all political anymore, and, you know, sometimes it's, to a point, not even worth talking about. So, and I'm the person, you know, I'm not going to believe it until I see it happen. So, of course, yes, I'd like them to expand the playoff, but until they do so, you know, we're just going to be sitting here still talking about, should they expand the playoff? Well, we've been having this discussion for how many years now, and they still haven't expanded it. So, you know, there's that for you. Fields going to hand off Master Teague, 6, maybe 7 yards for him to the 31-yard line on 1st down and 10. So Sermon not back in as of yet. Injured on the very first play of the game. Don't believe he's returned to the field just yet. That's not a good sign. He's got his pads off. He's going to get an x-ray, it looks like. So it's going to be Fields and Master Teague in the backfield for Ohio State tonight. Pass complete there to Chris Olave. It'll be 3rd down and short for the Buckeyes. 7:27 to play here in this first quarter as they trail by 7 against Alabama. 3rd and a yard. Handoff Teague. Teague going to get 2 on 3rd and 1. 1st down Ohio State.
defensive coordinator, one of the bright young coaches in the game on that side of the ball.
1st and 10 after the run. Fields out of the gun looking to throw. It's going to be a little too high, incomplete, intended for Garrett Wilson. 2nd down and 10.
I think Justin Fields is still trying to settle into this game with his rhythm. The crossing route, Bama's not necessarily, they're kind of in a matchup zone that turns into man-to-man, but it just almost looked like he guided that throw instead of just getting back and throwing it, letting it rip. Here comes that pressure from Branch again. We saw him blitz earlier.
Ohio State so desperate to stay on schedule against this tough defense. 2nd and 10 is not on schedule.
2nd and 10 for Ohio State. Maybe a little bit of a false start. They let it slide. Pass going to be caught. Olave once again, 1st down. Ohio State. Was he inbounds there? That's the question. Field actually looks pretty damn good tonight for this time of year for Miami, Florida, post-NFL regular season. It looks like they cut up the whole from end zone to end zone in the middle of the field and put some new sod down for the game here tonight. So pass was complete, 1st down and 10. Fields, Justin Fields, not the field. Justin Fields going to hand off there now. to Teague once again, stuffed to the line of scrimmage, no gain. It'll be 2nd down and 10. Trips in a bunch for Ohio State. Motion man, though, now out of that. Out of the gun, 4 wide. Fields step up. Down the middle, nice one-handed grab at the 15-yard line. And Jeremy Ruckert, 88, getting Ohio State in the red zone. Knocking on the door, trying to tie this ball game up here early on, midway through the opening quarter. A little stick and go, and then a nice one-handed grab behind the backer. 1st down, Buckeyes at the 8. Fields out of the pistol, going to hand off Teague. Teague going to find Pater. Touchdown, Ohio State. So Ohio State a quick 3 and out on their opening drive. There's the big nut. About 15,000 fans, as mentioned, in attendance here this evening, but Alabama, as they took an early 7-0 lead, driving right down the field following the quick 3 and out by Ohio State. Ohio State answers, responds with a very quick drive of their own. Extra point away from tying this game up now at 7. Ohio State some issues, though, at kicker this evening with their starting kicker out because of COVID. So a backup kicker, extra point up and good. We're tied up at 7 with 4:55 to play in the first. Alabama, Ohio State, 7-7 in tonight's College Football Playoff National Championship game. Thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe as always on social media. Like, follow, and subscribe with the thumbs up button. Share hashtag College Football, hashtag CFB Playoff. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated as well. We'll get back to the action momentarily following this commercial break as Crimson Tide will get the ball back as Ohio State just tied it up at 7 apiece. 7-7. Alabama, Ohio State, the College Football Playoff National Championship game with 4:55 to play in the first quarter.
Devastating. We're determined
suffer without relying on opioids. At Ohio State, we champion researchers and their potential to make breakthrough discoveries. By bringing together engineers, physicians, and scientists with technologies including sensors and computer models, physicians can develop personalized treatments to help people get back to enjoying life and building vibrant futures.
These days, it's okay to do some things halfway, but taking prescriptions shouldn't be one of them. So CVS works to make them affordable with a proprietary search tool that looks for savings. Plus, we deliver free. No wonder CVS customers are better than most at staying on prescriptions, which tends to make you healthier. Get a free prescription savings review at CVS.
500. How does she do it? By refueling with Stockist tuna, salmon, and chicken pouches.
Really have a tuna?
Dozens of tasty flavors loaded with lean protein. Just tear, eat, and go with Stockist pouches.
Despite efforts, I will do that.
Still fast with my husband. I will until next week. The strike is not one I can.
Picks up Morton speed. Matt Jones, general of that offense, so sharp, so smart. And you've seen Najee Harris already with a touchdown run. You put them together. They're like King Ghidorah. The arch nemesis of Godzilla. You folks love Godzilla, saving, looking on it, three-headed dragon, and everything.
He's trying to. They don't want to tame the three-headed monster. Not tonight. Love the fact that all three of those guys had to wait their turn and pay their dues to become the guy.
He sees Devontae Smith back there. He says, I'm not kicking it to him. Keeps it away from him. And a flag comes in on the return. Go see a flag. Dance on that return there.
Let's go back and look at that one of these drives early.
It'll be first down Alabama following the kickoff there
Aware that safety's back is another aspect.
as Ohio State just tied up at 7.
Take advantage of it. The safeties are back. They're going to try to get Najee Harris going. Goes to third down. Mac Jones, seeing Waddle, who came into the game for that play. Came over some big yards for the first down, and then eventually
First and 10 tied.
But they did have to work. That was a 12-play drive.
Ball at the 25-yard line. Out of the pistol is Mac Jones, who, of course, this year took over for Tua Tagovailoa. Jones going deep, has a man in Devontae Smith. First down, Alabama out past midfield. First down tied. Around the, I'd say, 44-yard line, I think. Beautiful pass. Smith had come back for it a little bit, though. Able to come down with it, though. First down. 3 catches already for him tonight. Yeah, ball at the 44, first and 10. Ohio State in the 4-3 defense. Jones near side, completed 31. Be another first down for Alabama, and Jones to Devontae Smith once again. First down with 4:09 to play here in this opening quarter. Alabama, Ohio State tied at 7.
Waddle back in the game, left slot. Smith is far left.
Jones, another quick pass near side is caught. Mechie for second, third time already this evening as well. So Jones dishing it out to Devontae Smith, John Mechie, even got Waddle involved. There's Kerry Coombs, the defensive coordinator for Ohio State. But as mentioned with the main focal point, key for myself here tonight, in my opinion at least, one up front line of scrimmage, the Alabama offensive line against the Ohio State defensive line led by Larry Johnson, and then the Ohio State offensive line up against Alabama's defensive line. You got to win line of scrimmage to move the ball. whether you're running or throwing. Doesn't matter. You have to be able to block. Jones, another quick pass on the bubble far side, complete to Devontae Smith. And as Alabama enters the red zone once again, ball officially at the 19-yard line. They have another first down and 10. Out of the pistol, motion man, a tight end near side, a toss to Najee Harris. Harris going to try to set his feet and get a block, but I'm going to get about a yard or so on that run, second down.
Trying to work outside to force the back inside. Najee Harris, if you let him get around the perimeter and outflank you, you're in trouble. Good job by Browning. He forces it back. Again, Tyler Friday, 54, who's back playing, hasn't played a lot this year. Kentucky Moreland able to clean it up.
And now we got an injured Ohio State defender, which isn't a good sign by any means because of them already being down as many players as they are, especially on that defensive side. In the meantime, they'll take a quick commercial break with the Buckeye injury on defense. So we'll get back to the action momentarily, but it'll be second down and 9 for Alabama at the 18-yard line. Trying to retake the lead as we're all tied up at 7 with Alabama and Ohio State. In the meantime, once again, trying to get WWE Monday Night Raw to work correctly. Unfortunately, a no-go, nothing going right for myself in that regard on that end here tonight for some unknown reason, as it was working perfectly fine just as Raw was about to begin, and then as soon as Raw kicks off, it starts giving me trouble. So as mentioned, it's always something new, always something different, and that's, you know, first, as with what it was doing last night, live streaming live right here on YouTube. If you tuned in then, thank you. If you tuned back in now, thank you. If you've tuned in the past, you tuning in tonight, plan on tuning in the future, thank you. Just be sure to subscribe. With what it did last night and with what it was doing there just a little less than an hour ago now with some pro wrestling about to begin, it's never done that before. So I don't have a reason. There is no reasoning on why it is doing, you know, what it's been doing. That's, you know, why I said it's always something new, it seems like. But if I can remember, at least by the time, you know, 10, 11 o'clock rolls around before the end of the show, depending on, of course, how this game is going, we'll try to tune back in. But right now, if you're tuning in for WWE Monday Night Raw live reaction, unfortunately, a no-go for myself in that regard. Unfortunately, can't watch that at this point in time right now, unfortunately. But you know, like I said earlier, yeah, they're trying to help themselves boost, because it seems like, as always, all they're worried about is ratings anyway. They're head-to-head with the College Football Playoff National Championship game. They're still going to lose in that regard anyway, so it really doesn't matter. And they got a tough few weeks ahead of them, especially now with WWE Champion Drew McIntyre testing positive for COVID, among a few others that we don't know the names of at this point in time. Because it's always the month of January before the Royal Rumble. It's a dead period, honestly, it is. And then from Royal Rumble until WrestleMania, on the road to WrestleMania, always very interesting, fun, and exciting to see what's going on. But then sort of another, you know, dead period post-Mania. You have your pay-per-views all summer long before SummerSlam. You know, we'll see what the future holds for all that moving forward. But I mean, hell, now they might even change the name of Money in the Bank to COVID in the Bank with everyone testing positive, for God's sakes. Like, I mean, why the hell not? You might as well. Especially when you're, and I understand it, and there's nothing really you can do about it. You test positive, you got to quarantine and do what you got to do to stay the hell away from people. Hopefully you don't give it to them. You know, that's the big thing with the contact tracing, and whether you're asymptomatic or not. And I mean, it's always one new thing with all that each and every day, as it's been anyway. you know, because it was all brand new then, and it still to an extent is, even though they do have a vaccine that's been rolled out. But Ohio State, in the meantime, as we return from commercial break, I'll digress on wrestling and COVID, at least my concern right now. What about college football? Harris had a run for a few yards on 2nd and 9, and then they run a bubble screen near side. However, Ohio State makes a big stop on 3rd down. It'll be 4th and a yard for Bama out of the pistol from the 10-yard line. Jones going to hand off Harris again. 1st down, Crimson Tide. 1st and goal at the 7. Looking to retake the lead here under a minute to play in this opening quarter. Good blocking up front. Alabama wins the line of scrimmage on that play. They pick up a 1st down, 4th and a yard, and keep the drive alive. Out of the pistol once again. Play clock winding down. Jones going to get the snap. Another handoff, Najee Harris. Harris going to get to the 2-yard line. It'll be 2nd goal. However, that should do it for the first quarter here. We'll be tied up at 7 at the end of 1, it looks like, as Alabama doesn't seem to be in a hurry to get another playoff. Well, in the meantime, as soon as I say they do snap with 3 seconds, they should have waited because Harris just lost a few yards on that run. So Alabama will have a 3rd and goal, I do believe, from the what looks like 5-yard line when we return to begin quarter 2, with Ohio State now having momentum, tying the game up a few minutes ago, but then also making a big stop to close out the first quarter. So they'll switch ends, of course. We'll begin the second quarter when we return. Still all tied up at 7, though, with Alabama and Ohio State tonight's college football playoff national championship game. Do believe the title of the 3rd and goal from the 5-yard line, as Harris looked to have slipped on that run. Yeah, they should have just waited and took it in the second quarter and moved on from there. But they hurry up, and it bites them for a time. But we'll see what they do here to begin the second quarter. If Ohio State can hold them once again to a field goal, a win for the Buckeye defense. But if it's going to be back and forth with touchdowns, eventually for one of these defense, it's going to be a little too much when it's all said and done. You know, late 3rd, early 4th, late 4th quarter when the game's on the line, because at that point something's once again still got to give. So we'll see, but end of 1, Alabama and Ohio State tied up at 7 as we'll begin the second quarter when we return. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching.
Try the new $1 Your Way menu at Burger King, featuring a flame grilled bacon cheeseburger. Value this good is hard to find anywhere else. The new $1 Your Way menu, now at Burger King. Your way, way better.
Do we really need a sign to live, talk, and love?
Yes.
The answer is no.
I can help new homeowners not become their parents.
Chloe, no. Joaquin.
It just takes practice. Give it a shot.
You hear that?
It's a constant battle.
We're going to open a PDF. Who's next?
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bought the home and auto with us.
No fussing, no cussing, and no.
It's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show them who's the cheesiest?
Cheesy, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Legends aren't born. They're made. You walk in the footsteps of champions, using renowned research, unrivaled ambition, empowering a community will take us further, faster. From here, anything is possible. The University of Alabama, where legends are made.
Step on the second quarter in Miami. College football playoff national championship game presented by AT&T.
Yes, 3rd and goal from the 5 as we begin the second quarter. All tied up at 7 with Alabama and Ohio State. Alabama now right to left across your television screen, radio and audio dial. Ohio State, of course, vice versa. Under center is Mac Jones. He's going to fake the give play action, and then a pass out of the backfield complete to Devontae Smith. Touchdown, Alabama.
Scores his 44th career touchdown. It's number 6 all time.
13-7 as the Tide and a few Alabama fans celebrate. Limited capacity with the fans once again here tonight.
Smith already with 2 receptions of more than 20 yards tonight. And now touchdown. 6 catches already.
Rammer Jammer, Alabama leads by 7, 14-7 here. 1 play into the second quarter. Good play call. Sark's a damn good OC. He sort of got run out of town by USC. Of course, he had some off-the-field issues, but he's reestablished himself, and Texas is taking a shot at him now. I think he'll have success in Austin with the Horns, but only time's going to tell, of course. He did well at Washington, which ultimately, of course, got him the USC job. And then Clay Helton took over, and he's been with Alabama, the NFL, back with Alabama, now taking over at Texas, drawing up a nice play call there for another Alabama touchdown, and the Tide lead by 7 once again. 14-7 here. 7 seconds into the second quarter. 14:53 to play in the first half as the Tide lead the Buckeyes 14-7.
And Mac Jones showing you why he was one of the top quarterbacks in the country. In fact, won 2 trophies for the quarterback. Just
Tide on the kickoff.
spot on so far.
Touchback on the kickoff. 1st and 10 from 25.
Update on Trey Sermon, Chris. After just 1 carry, he went back into the locker room. He did receive an X-ray, but I've just received confirmation that he is headed to the hospital. He'll be at Broward General Hospital as he continues to.
Trey Sermon will be out the rest of the game. He's already on the way to the hospital.
Could not raise his hand at all. But since
Can't raise his hand. Couldn't even move his arm.
touchdown, Tony Alford
He's probably got a broken collarbone, or I mean, they might even be looking for
Such a cruel fate.
some nerve damage potentially in his neck.
To get in this position and this seasons.
You know, just to make sure he's not paralyzed by any means. So, of course, best wishes to him, thoughts and prayers. But and Sermon, hopefully he can give one of those to Ohio State to get back in this ball game. But they're going to have to play without him. It's Master Teague running the ball, and then Fields going to, we'll see if he can make some plays with his feet, but then it's going to be Justin Fields airing it out. 1st and 10 from the 39. After a 14-yard completion to begin this drive out of the gun, handoff. Teague for 2, maybe 3 yards, 2nd down. So now 2nd and 7. Fields looking to throw. That's a hold. Fields just going to throw it out of bounds, incomplete to the Buckeye sideline. Intended for Garrett Wilson, 3rd down and 7.
He's one of those first-round prospects. Tommy says it's number 20 overall.
Impressive. I mean, usually when you see Alabama's defensive front, you've got guys that are top 5. I don't look at this defensive line in the same way we've seen in the past. Barmore is an impressive guy. Most twitchy and athletic of the bunch. But I think this is a young defense that will be better in the future. They're winning right now because of the offense and in this national championship because of the offense. But the defense has improved throughout the year.
3rd and 7 following incompletion. Fields going to step up in the pocket. Over the middle, it's going to be caught at the 45-yard line. What a catch in the triple coverage by Garrett Wilson. 1st down, Ohio State. They're going to hurry up. We got a flag on the play. Of course, they're trying to hurry up on 3rd and 7 there to make sure it's a catch. We got a flag. Could have a review here. Actually, a false start. So Wilson was never set. 5 yards with the false start. It'll be 1st and 15. So the catch is going to stand, regardless if it's a catch or not. Ball was actually tipped a little bit as well at the line of scrimmage. But Garrett Wilson still found a way to come down with it. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. That's a catch. But a late whistle, and then it ended up being the penalty flag. So we move on. From midfield now, 1st and 15. Field's going to hand off Teague. Teague going to lower his shoulder for 6 yards. The 44, 2nd down and 4 for Ohio State. Alabama bringing some pressure, and they get after Fields. However, he gets rid of it. Ball barely gets back to the line of scrimmage. It's incomplete. I don't think that's intentional grounding. They should let that slide. It'll be 3rd down and long. Still be 3rd down if there is an intentional grounding, even if it's a loss of down or not, which that penalty is so goddamn stupid, because if it's a loss of down, it's a loss of the next down, which is 3rd down, which makes it a 4th down. But there is no intentional grounding. It'll be 3rd down. 3rd and 10 from the 45. Field just going to dump it off a little too high for Teague on the screen out of the backfield, incomplete. 4th down, and Ohio State will punt. Justin Fields a little slow to get up. Of course, took a hard hit against Clemson right to the ribs, in which James Swolski was ejected for targeting, which that play, I don't get, even still going back to that, how that was targeting by any means, regardless if it was helmet to helmet or not. Justin Fields has been taking some hits, but hey, that's what you get when you play football for one, but then also when you're quarterback. So Ohio State on the punt. Going to be filled at the 11-yard line by Alabama, and the Tide will have it from there, 1st and 10 when we return. So he's holding that right side. But wasn't it his left side that he took a hit on against Clemson? Regardless, he's getting hit early and often here tonight. He's getting banged up, but he'll play. He'll go back in and play. It's just how does he respond as he did from the last injury? Because after that shot he took against Clemson, he, for the most part, blew out that Tiger defense and led Ohio State to a win. Can you do the same tonight in the national title game against Alabama is the question. So, only time's going to tell, of course. 2nd quarter, Alabama getting the ball back. They lead by 7, 14-7 following the Ohio State punt. So, eventually something's got to give with as high-powered as both these offenses are. But regardless of how good the defenses are, not as good as what they've been in years past. What defense is going to bend but doesn't break? Because whether Nick Saban has changed his mind on defense doesn't win you championships anymore, he's going to rely on his defense to win another national title for him tonight, because defense still wins you national championships, Super Bowls, okay? Defense wins the championships. Offense scores points, but the defense has to keep the other team out of the end zone. Of course, to then flip it on the flip side, offense still has to score points, but that's why I said keep an eye out for special teams, and then also with a potential defensive touchdown, whether it's interception return or fumble scoop and score for a score. Beats me. We'll see. But we'll be cruising back to the 2nd quarter when we come out of this commercial break, no doubt. But defense still wins the championships, in my eyes, at least it does. Because defense has to keep the other team out of the end zone, and your offense has to score. So I'll leave it at that. But the game has changed over the years, as it should. and as it has, but what defense, when it comes down to it's going to bend but doesn't break, is still, as always, what I'm keeping an eye out for. So you still got to run the ball, play action, play good defense, rely on special teams in order to win, because that's the main way to win football games. You can have as many trick plays up your sleeve as you want, you know, rely on your special teams with, you know, a kicker, a punt return for a score, and then, you know, a defensive touchdown as well, but you have to be able to run the ball. You have to be balanced, not one-dimensional. You have to be consistent running the football. Open play action. Nice play action pass there from Mac Jones. First down, Alabama, to guess who? Devontae Smith once again for another 15 yards. First down Tide. So, run the ball, play action, play good defense, rely on special teams, and you're going to win 9 times out of 10. But you need some big stops, of course, late in the game, you know, as well. And that's why I say defense bend but doesn't break. Whoever does all that should win tonight, regardless of how explosive you are with all the playmakers you have. From the 24, 1st and 10, Alabama out of the pistol. And a fumble. Ohio State going to recover. First turnover of the night goes to the Ohio State defense. Mac Jones doing a little too much there. Out of the pistol, faked the give, tried to make a move on the defender, lost control of the football, fumbled at Ohio State right there to recover. 1st and 10 Buckeyes setting up shop. Very good starting field position inside the 30-yard line of Alabama. Knocking on the door already, about to tie this game back up at 14 apiece. First and 10, Ohio State. See officially where they spot the football out here. Ball officially at the 19-yard line, so already in the red zone. Fields looking to throw. Going to go deep on the first play. Touchdown, no. Dropped. However, we got a flag. This is going to be a pass interference on either Alabama or Ohio State. It should be a defensive PI. And since the foul occurred in the end zone, ball's going to be spotted at the 2-yard line. Pass interference. Okay, 15 yards from their previous spot, so be 1st and goal from the 4. Not half the distance. And if it occurs in the end zone in the NFL, it's spotted at the 1. College, it should be spotted at the 2. But regardless, I mean, only a few yard difference. 1st and goal now at the 4. Because they take the 15-yard pass interference from the 19 to the 4, and Ohio State has a 1st and goal now at the 4. Out of the pistol, Fields going to hand off. Master T going to lower his shoulder and cross that goal line into the end zone. Touchdown, Ohio State, and they're an extra point away. 2 plays after an Alabama fumble from tying this game up 14 apiece. Back and forth, back and forth. Touchdown, 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 touchdown. Not even midway through the second quarter yet. 14-13 Alabama on top of Ohio State, pending the extra point. And the extra point will officially be up and good. Ohio State ties up at 14. 14 apiece, with the Crimson Tide and Buckeyes following the first turnover of the night. A fumble from Alabama quarterback Mac Jones. Ohio State recovers right away. 2 plays later, following a pass interference as well. Master Teague 4-yard touchdown run, as Ohio State ties it up 14 apiece with the Tide and Buckeyes.
Add some flavor to everything around you. A little cheesy here, crunchy color there. Discover the possibilities at just $1. Taco Bell's $1 loaded nacho taco. It's value beyond belief.
Chris Bauer here, Koseki's new 4x4 commentator. This is unprecedented. Watch him stand tall in the pocket. He's looking for cheers under the middle, and he makes the connection. Touch here. Truly stunning athleticism, folks. Secchi's a most interesting view.
Alice loves the scent of game so much. She wished there was a way to make it last longer. Say hello to your fairy godmother, Alice. And long-lasting Gain Scent Beads, part of the irresistible scent collection from Gain.
The Rocket Mortgage Super Bowl Square sweepstakes is back. Every time the score changes, someone will win $50,000. Touchdowns, field goals, extra points, 50 G's. Plus, $2.5 million prizes. Put it toward a dream home. One way to enter, two ways to win. Squares is back. Sign up for free at RocketMortgageSquares.com. Rocket Mortgage, official mortgage sponsor of Super Bowl 55.
The super big 85-inch Samsung QLED TV brings the team home. Sure, a TV this big makes kids just look at QLED TV. Game shows look like an even bigger TV. And medical dramas look larger than life. But the super big Samsung QLED TV is made for football. Get a new TV, free content, and Care Plus for a low monthly payment with Samsung Access. Keeping it real, baby, living.
It pays to have green, like 1224 antioxidant with vitamins A and C, restore with 10 grams of collagen, and energize with caffeine. All kinds of
The College Football Playoff National Championship game presented by AT&T is brought to you by Taco Bell's Nacho Fries, Samsung QLED TV, the official TV of ESPN College Football, and Colt 24, real advanced hydration from the makers of Gatorade. Battle of Legends, there, 11 national championship.
Seeing some old flashback highlights of previous meetings with Alabama and Ohio State. First since January of 2015 in the Sugar Bowl. But they've met in the regular season along with in a bowl game or two here or there in the past as well. So as Ohio State ties it up at 14, this national championship game will continue. 11:43 to play in the first half. Tide going to be able to return it from the 9. However, they call for a fair catch. You can call for a fair catch in college football inside the 25-yard line, and the ball will be spotted at the 25-yard line. So it'll be 1st and 10, Tide from the 25.
And couldn't move on to the next play, and he has done such a better job of that this year.
What's his nickname? I was going to say Allison is very fitting. Sark used to call him McEnroe, John McEnroe, because he would lose his cool, and when he's a young freshman and sophomore, it became his nickname. He's serious. He's grown.
Mac Jones fakes a give, nice back shoulder, far side, complete to Devontae Smith. If Devontae Smith isn't the top pick or one of the top picks in the NFL draft coming up shortly. I mean, Alabama with their wide receivers. Even Ohio State are receivers, but Alabama is wide receiver U with all the talent that has come out of Tuscaloosa and gone to the NFL at that position. He might be better than Julio Jones, Amari Cooper, among some others. Another pass complete from Mac Jones, too. Well, number 6, the Heisman Trophy winner this year, Devontae Smith, who has to have over already 100 yards receiving tonight. We're not even 20 minutes into this game. Ohio State cannot cover his ass whatsoever. So they're going to go to him until they stop him, until they start to cover him and stop him. Devontae Smith should be a top 5 pick in the NFL draft. And if he's not, with the way he's playing tonight and the way he's played all season long, absolute disgrace. That's a hold. Hand off to Najee Harris, who's going to be another top pick at running back out of Alabama to the NFL. They've produced some damn good running backs as well. Tua's arguably the best quarterback Saban's had at Alabama, and they're playing in Miami, his new home, for the time being at least. Mac Jones, of course, given a run for his money, but Najee Harris, Derrick Henry, Trent Richardson, who was a bust in the NFL, but Mark Ingram as well. Among all the defensive players that have come through, like, give me a break. Like a dynasty the past 13, 14 years since 2007. He's won, Nick Saban has 6 national titles. Since 2003, vying for his 7th all-time as a coach, but 6th at Alabama since 2009. Alabama's Alabama. They've always been Alabama. Of course, there was some time in between Bear Bryant and Nick Saban, of course, but Mac Jones going to be complete to Najee Harris, and Harris gets in the end zone, touchdown Alabama. What a play that was. A play after Jones had to run for his life and picked up a few yards. It was 2nd down and medium. He finds Najee Harris on a wheel route near side for 26 yards and a touchdown. And he almost was brought down on a sack as well. Ohio State's starting to bring some pressure now, but it was out of the pistol. He faked the give to Harris. Almost was sacked, and then just lofts it up for Najee Harris on the wheel near side, and he comes down with it, makes a man miss, and gets in the end zone for another touchdown, and Alabama retakes the lead, 21-14, tied here with 9 minutes on the dot to play in the first half. Ohio State going to get the football back. What do they got to respond to tie this game up once again? Really, it might be coming down to whoever has the ball last is going to win this game. I mean, right now it's the first team to 50 is going to win. So we'll see, but of course, as always, that's why they play the game. So outside on paper, so on field, we can talk all we want, preview it, but until the game's played and whatever outcome we get, of course, with the winner and loser, that's what we get. So 21-14 Alabama retaking the lead over Ohio State in tonight's national championship game. Thank you once again for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below.
When you're ready for Chipotle, the Chipotle app is ready for you. Get all your favorites, fast, fresh, and with unlimited...
Man, I must be missing a lot on WWE Monday Night Raw, unfortunately, due to some technical difficulties. I'm unable to watch that at this point in time. As mentioned, the first time it's ever done this for me. But Drew McIntyre, WWE Champion, has COVID-19. Miz still Money in the Bank. We'll see if they, do anything with that moving forward or not. We'll see. He actually lost it, but then they gave it back to him. Goldberg returned last week against Drew McIntyre, challenged him for a championship match at the Royal Rumble. We'll see if that even happens now because of this COVID positive. But I guess Ric Flair just turned on his daughter Charlotte for a romantic storyline with Lacey Evans. So I don't know how that's going to work out by any means. Of course, they're just keeping Flair involved on TV, for ratings. A fresh new angle, I guess you could say, even though, they've done those types in the past, more so than not just recently, with the Mysterio family and Seth Rollins and Buddy Murphy. But then I guess Keith Lee just broke the goddamn ring. Whether it was fixed or not, I don't know. But that's the news I'm getting at this point in time. We had Triple H kick off the show. We'll see if he's going to be in a match later on or not. I don't know. But I'm going to have to go back and watch Raw a little bit later on due to some technical difficulties with some issues, unable to watch it tonight with the College Football Playoff National Championship game. So 21-14 Alabama on top of Ohio State.
15% of any foot loaf when you order in the head. Moments ago, part of the CFP Foundation's Extra Yard for Teachers initiative, Executive Director Bill Hancock on the left, and our ESPN President Jimmy Pitaro, presenting a check for $200,000 for equity in South Florida Public Schools, the 6th anniversary of the Extra Yard for Teachers initiative. And Kirk, this year, more than ever, having teachers been challenged and been priceless contributions they've made.
It's incredible. I've got a son who's a senior in high school in Nashville, and also an 8th grader. And teachers all over the country doing the best they can to still be there.
Right, Rich Booty into the end zone. Take a look at the second touchdown tonight for Harris.
I just like to look at the design. Mechie again is right here. He's going to go in motion, and he's going to take 7 banks with him. You'll see the blitz by 5. Baron Browning, who made that big play, create that fumble of getting aggressive. They turn loose. The only problem is Mac Jones steals it, recognizes it, and he gets the ball out. Browning would have had him covered, but instead he goes on the blitz, and then, wow, Najee Harris, such an impressive back, a complete back. He wanted his turn to be that complete player, and he's turned into that for Alabama.
Coach Sarkisian said the motion helps hide our best plays. Pre-snap defense.
Because the defense has to react to all that pre-snap.
A touchback on the kickoff, 1st and 10 Ohio State from the 25-yard line as they trail by 7 once again, 21-14. 8:15 counting to play in this first half.
Anticipated. I don't know if it'll continue, but it was almost like one of the teams might score a touchdown, the other one. That's why I said the red zone. If any team can force a field goal, that could be
From the 28, Fields out of the gun looking to throw. On 2nd and 7, going to pick up a first down with his legs out past midfield to the 45-yard line before running out of bounds. First down, Buckeyes. No one open. Hey, I'm going to tuck it and run and pick up a first down, and he did just that. Handoff, Master Teague. He breaks a tackle down the far sideline, 25-20. Before getting pushed down at the 15, 1st and 10, Ohio State in the red zone. Very quick with these offenses moving the ball downfield tonight. Score. Whoever, I mean, like I said a little bit ago, scores 51st is probably going to win this game. Hell, it keeps up. 1st and 75, going to win this game. It'll cool down here eventually. They'll relax, they'll slow each other down, and early second half, I bet we'll probably have a puck contest. Fields gonna hand off there for a few yards. Be 2nd and 7, 2nd and 8, depending on the spot. 2nd and 7 officially. 3 yards on that run. From the 12-yard line. Alabama almost jumped off sides there. Once again, back-to-back plays, so Ohio State almost drawing them off. But, hey, 3rd time's a charm maybe coming up. Another handoff, Teague. Alabama bringing them down to the backfield for a loss of 4 to the 16. 3rd down and long. Trips in a bunch near side. We're actually going to motion out and go. Actually, Ohio State going to call a timeout. First timeout here by either team in this first half. Timeout, Ohio State. So make sure, of course, they have everything straight. It'll be 3rd and 11 from the 16. With 6:17 to play in the first half. Ohio State trying to tie this game up to 21.
I wish I could get a deal on a smartphone, but I'm not a new customer.
Well, actually now new and existing customers can get our best smartphone deal. It's historic.
That is historic, which means
history, right?
Yeah, I don't know about exactly.
Dave Brown, existing customer who got the greatest deal in history.
Just like every other customer gets.
Oh, that's cool too.
It's not complicated. AT&T is making history. Everyone gets our best smartphone deals.
On a high stakes Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Take us through what happened.
Well, just sat down with ice cold Dr. Pepper.
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled. Dr. Pepper's always relevant.
Did you say, and I quote, he's automatic. No way he misses.
Listen, this court finds you guilty of jinxing and sentences you to 10 Saturdays without Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper, the official drink of Fansville.
With new award from Chase Freedom Unlimited, I now earn even more cash back. Oh, I gotta tell everyone.
Hey, Rita, you now earn 3% on dining, including takeout.
Bon appetit.
Hey, Kim, you now earn 5% on travel purchase through Chase.
Hey, how do you?
Hey, Neil, you can earn 3% at drugstore.
Buddy, I'm right here. Why are you yelling?
Because that's what I do.
You're always earning with 5% cash back on travel purchase through Chase. 3% of drugstores, 3% on dining, including takeout, and 1.5% on everything else you buy. Chase, make more of what you want.
Welcome to Advanced Auto Parts.
I need one of those. Auto Parts.
Wendy's didn't start the chicken wars. They just ended them. With Wendy's. Classic chicken Saturday. Beats this classic. Find it now at Wendy's 2 for $5.
Comfort. In the extreme. The Lincoln family of luxury SUVs.
Beautiful championship Monday in Miami and aerial coverage run about Goodyear. To reach the end zone, all you need is drive. Goodyear, more driven. Wonder Kirk and Brian Day is thinking 2 plays to get the 11 yards if they don't make it on 3rd down here.
Yeah, I am curious. I mean, you're starting kickers out. You're in a game that feels like a shootout.
Ohio State now, following the timeout and commercial break, have a 3rd and 11 from the 16-yard line. 6:17 to play in this first half as they trail by 7, 21-14 against Alabama. Fields looking to throw over the middle. It's going to be caught and then jarred loose right at the first down marker. Late flag comes in as well as Rucker took a shot right to the head. And, yeah, that's going to be targeting. Saban knows it. We're going to have a disqualification. He's going to be thrown out. That's helmet with the helmet. Of course, anymore, they don't allow that. Yeah. A little slow to get up as well for JR. Personal foul targeting. That's a 15-yard automatic first down for Ohio State. Previous play going to be under further review as well, so they'll take a look at it just to make sure it is targeting. Yeah, holy shit, yeah. I mean, that's crown the helmet right to the damn jaw. Now, I'm surprised he didn't, one, either get busted open or even has a broken jaw right now, for God's sakes. I mean, that's right to the chin. I mean, that's a hard hit. That's football right there. But anymore, they don't allow it. So it's a penalty. But it is what it is. I don't like it as much as you do, but that's the clear call for the officials anymore. So Ohio State, another defensive penalty by Alabama. A play later, we'll see what they do on this next play coming up. Touchdown because of penalties. Alabama's got a case on that, but you got to stop them until they get to this point, though, too, rather than, you know, be saying all that. Targeting's confirmed. Battle. I'm not going to be doing any more battle tonight. He's disqualified, thrown out. Call's confirmed. And if he returns to Alabama, he will have to sit out the first half of the first game next year, September of 2021. That was a good call. I mean, with the rules, how they're set nowadays, that's targeting. Saban getting an explanation from the ref. He says, okay, he knew it, just as much as we did. First and goal, Ohio State. Rucker going to stay in. Ball going to be spotted at the 8-yard line. First and goal, Buckeyes. A fade near side, back corner, a little too far from Justin Fields to Garrett Wilson. That 1-5 connection. Second and goal, following incompletion. But Alabama on defense, if they're going to complain, hey, a play after a penalty in the red zone, you know, Ohio State scored, we'll stop them before they get to that point. But it's back and forth. That's why I said what defense is going to bend but doesn't break when it comes down to that's a false start. They let that slide too. They're letting them play tonight, which is a good thing. They're letting them play. They are. Really haven't seen a whole lot of penalties other than that last marketing, which no doubt was a penalty. So, as I always say, if it's a penalty, call it. You know, throw the penalty flag. If not, don't let them play. They're letting them play tonight. After a little miscommunication there from the start with the Big 12 officials, on my end at least, from what I had heard, with the Tide winning the toss and then deferring. So Alabama will get the ball to begin the second half. Justin Fields over the middle, almost picked off in the end zone. It's incomplete. So fourth and goal, Ohio State going to have to settle for a field goal now following incompletion. I don't know who he was going to there. Ball was deflected as well, but incomplete. And Ohio State going to have to settle for 3. Kick going to be up and good. The Buckeyes cut it to 4 with 5:21 to play in this first half. Alabama still leads 21-17. So our first non-touchdown here tonight with Alabama and Ohio State. A field goal from a few yards out. As Ohio State cuts it to 4, 21-17. And now, for some reason, they're going over all the champions during this COVID pandemic, with the city of LA winning a few with baseball and basketball. Hockey returns on Wednesday following the Lightning's win back in September. We'll see who's going to win the College Football National Championship along with the Super Bowl next month in the NFL. NASCAR going to kick off next month as well. Wrestling, of course, all year long. Golf back in the swing of things. So, for the most part, we're getting back to normal. I mean, we have been sort of back to the normal that we know it to be during this pandemic, but until we get back to a full pre-March 2020 normal, we're stuck with the way it is for the time being. So fair catch on the kickoff. It'll be 1st and 10, tied from the 25-yard line. As they have a shot there of the national championship trophy. First and 10 from 25 for Alabama. Out of the pistol. Once again, now to the gun. Mac Jones looking to throw, and a little behind. John Mechie, the intended target, incomplete. Lucky there was no defender right there to pick it off, or Mac Jones would have turned it over once again. Incomplete, 2nd and 10. And good defense there by Ohio State. From the 25, 1st and make that 2nd and 10 following the incompletion. Jones going to hand off, fake the give actually to Najee Harris, and then a slant over the middle, caught. Right at the 1st down marker, that's John Mechie once again, number 8. Is he going to have enough for a 1st down, though? That's the question. Late flag comes in now as well. So let's see what the dirty laundry is. An eligible receiver, eligible man downfield, 5 yards, they'll replay the down. It'll be 2nd down and long.
You don't see called a lot. We see it already tonight a few times where it was not called, but Leatherwood is downfield. I'm sure Ryan Day is trying to remind the umpire and the officials, hey, keep an eye on these linemen. When you want a run-pass option, just for the fans that don't understand, the linemen are running a run play. They're running a run play. The quarterback decides that the defense is lined up too much. And so
Motion man is Bolden. After the penalty out of the gun, Mac Jones is going to step up in the pocket looking to throw. Has a man 1st down tied at the 37. And now his new favorite target is John Mechie. 1st down, Alabama. From the 36 officially, 1st and 10. Pump fake and then a toss to Najee Harris. Harris going to get 6, maybe 7 yards. 2nd down. Everyone's favorite number 420 to play in this 1st half. Alabama trying to extend their lead to more than 7 as they lead currently by 4 following that last Ohio State field goal. But it's been touchdowns, 7 apiece here, 7 apiece there, you know, score here, score there, back and forth, and then Ohio State with the field goal. Cutting it to 4, but Alabama gonna try to extend that. Devontae Smith on a go route down the far sideline, big 1st down pickup for the Tide. Hell, he might even have 300 yard receiving tonight once this game's all said and done, for God's sake. Jesus Christ. Talk about Alabama not being able to cover Ohio State. Ohio State can't cover Alabama. Devontae Smith is wide open play after play after play. And Alabama just like that after a big pickup, 1st and 10 from the 19-yard line inside the red zone. 3.5 to play, slant over the middle, that's pass interference. That's a good penalty flag. That's a good call. Ohio State's not going to like it. They're not going to agree that that's a penalty. Ryan Day, once he sees some footage of it, goes back and watches this game on film, he'll see that was PI. That was a good defense pass interference call. Pass interference defense. It'll be a spot foul, automatic 1st down for Alabama, so ball should be spotted around the 5-yard line, 1st and goal. I mean, right now, this could be the turning point if Alabama does go up, you know, more than the 7 points that they've led by. And now we got a problem, so it says Kirk Herbstreit. All right. Don't know what that problem is by any means, but we move on. From the 5-yard line, 1st and goal. Jones on the rollout, pass complete. And another touchdown for the Crimson Tide. Devontae Smith for the 2nd time tonight, touchdown Alabama. And now Alabama leads by 10. We'll make it 11 with the extra point, 28-17. And Alabama will also get the football to begin the 2nd half. So we'll see what Ohio State does when they get the ball back before halftime with 2 timeouts. If they can cut it and then make a stop early 2nd half and, you know, potentially try to get back in this ball game. Not over until it's over, though. Extra point up and good, 28-17. Alabama now leads Ohio State with 3:20 to play in this first half.
Watch all the movement that Seven Banks has to stay with. Right over here. He's trying to stay with him. He's going, oh, no, now he's going back. Then he releases, and now you got to try to get out to the flat. It's just hard to do. It's hard on a corner, but it's all about the matchup that Sark creates for Devontae Smith.
Thought Devontae had a good game in the semifinals against the Irish. 7 for 130 and 3 touchdowns. I went the first half for 11 catches, 173 yards, and 2 touchdowns. That's just scary.
So much for the Heisman, James, right? Put an exclamation behind the Heisman.
Alabama on to kick off.
That's why nobody can stop them. It's no mystery, especially after Jalen Waddle went down on the opening kickoff against Tennessee. Suddenly, 6 became the focal point for opponents, and they tried everything. They couldn't slow them down at all.
Because Alabama deferred, they get the ball in the second half in a weird way. Ohio State, maybe a good thing they let Alabama score because now they at least have a chance.
And a fair catch called for. It'll be first and 10 Ohio State from the 25-yard line.
This season, with every field goal and extra point made, All-State will make a contribution to the General Scholarship Fund. Thank you, All-State. So, as you said, urgency here, 3:19 before halftime, 2 timeouts to work with, but because Jones, Smith, Harris get the ball back, amplified importance right here. Devontae Smith in a half has set the championship.
Important Ohio State doesn't press and try to pick up 11 points in one possession. Just
First and 10 Buckeyes. Fields on the screen, near side. Almost caught by Teague there. Tip drill. Falls incomplete, second and 10. I believe it was batted down, deflected to the line of scrimmage there, in the air, and then Teague was unable to come down with it. And Fields just a little too high on it, actually. And then Teague, trouble, unable to bring it in for a catch. Fields going to go deep down the far sideline. Has a man, it's incomplete. If I'm Ohio State, I probably want a defense pass interference called on that, but that's probably a good no call, honestly, like it was. That's probably a good no call. Let him play. I mean, maybe a little bit of an illegal contact. But then, yeah, just good defense there by Alabama. Incomplete. 3rd down and 10. So Alabama, they make a stop here. They'll get the ball back even before halftime. Alabama, too many men on the field. They let it slide. No penalty flag. And Ohio State with a 3-yard completion. It'll be 4th down and 7. Timeout Alabama with 3:01 to play in this first half. So they make the stop. But, hey, can they drive and score again before halftime? Extend their lead to double what Ohio State has at 17 to 35-17. And then score again on their opening drive in the second half. I mean, this is looking a lot like Browns Steelers last night. Okay, so Alabama didn't have too many men on defense. They did have 11, but they rushed one off just in case. Make sure they, of course, didn't have. Clock's going to roll. Alabama going to keep 3 timeouts. So Alabama played with 10 defenders on that last play and only gave up 3 yards to Ohio State. Long story short on that. Ohio State going to punt on 4th and 7. And the long snapper going to be the first there. Missed tackle on Devontae Smith. A few more missed tackles. That might be a block in the back. And then Devontae Smith gets to the 40-yard line on the punt return. 1st and 10 tied from there. Yeah, he did take a big hit. But Alabama with 3 timeouts. They have 2 minutes and 29 seconds and 60 yards to go for another touchdown. Or points, whether they have to settle for field goal or not. Can they extend their lead before halftime, and then they'll get the ball to begin the second half as well? And then really at that point, unless Ohio State gets their head out of their ass and starts, playing the 2 14-point touchdowns that they had, and then the field goal to make it 21-17 before giving them that last touchdown. It's going to be a little out of reach for them to probably come back and win this. Might get a little too out of hand as well. A screen pass complete to Najee Harris. Big pickup for him to the 45-yard line out past midfield. Another first down for Alabama.
Plenty of time. They're expecting pressure. Ohio State did blitz, but the backers and safeties dropping so far that once the defensive lineman came in, just dumped it. He had a lot of room with a convoy in front of him.
So Jones with the first half fumble, but other than that.
First and 10 with 2:02 to play in this first half. Coming over the half, we'll have first half stats and scores. Take a look back at college football bowl season. Discuss the college football coaching carousel as well. Preview with what's to come in the spring a little bit, along with next season. So stay tuned. And of course, as always, we don't get to it at halftime. We'll get to it in the second half, and then post game as well. So stay tuned. Second and 10. Or second and 7, excuse me, as Alabama gets out of bounds to stop the clock with 1:55 to play. Still 3 timeouts. They lead by 11. Jones going deep down the middle, has a man wide open. And guess who? Devontae Smith has a hat trick. And Alabama making it look easy. Another touchdown for the Tide. And Alabama now leads 34-17. Alabama right now, as they've been all season long, no doubt the best team in all of college football. Once again, you know, with what Saban's done in Tuscaloosa, Michigan State, LSU, took the Dolphin job, been in Alabama ever since. He's going to pass Bear Bryant tonight. He's going to win his 7th all-time national championship as a head coach, 6th at Alabama. But Alabama now, in the meantime, leads 35-17. I mean, the game's not everybody means just yet. There's still a lot of football left, but it's going to be very tough for Ohio State to come back and win this, especially if they can't cover Devontae Smith. He's going to end the game with 1,000 yards receiving and 10 touchdowns if they keep it up, if they allow him to get as wide open as he's been. You see Ohio State on defense, they're tired. Hands on hips. Yeah, this is getting out of hand here early. We're not even halftime yet. So 35-17 is where we stand at right now with Alabama leading Ohio State. So the turning of the tide. They lead by 18 with 1:48. Another touchback on the kickoff.
It's going to continue on Sundays as well. Tomorrow night, 2 conferences represented here.
Yeah, first and 10 for the Buckeyes once again from the 25-yard line. Yeah, college football wrapping up. College basketball in full swing. We'll hopefully get March Madness this upcoming March and April, unlike last year. But yeah, for the most part, like I said a minute ago, all these sports at least, we're getting back to normal. To a point, you know, it's not sold out, 100,000 fans in the stands, as you know, used to be, but as I've said since all this began, at least we can still watch, you know, on TV. Because if we weren't even able to do that, like these past 9, 10, almost 12 months coming up here shortly, you know, yeah, no doubt they would have sucked. Even more than what they've sucked. So, flag comes in. Justin Fields on the keeper, going to pick up a few yards there. Let's see what the penalty flag is. But it'll be Ohio State football, after the 10-yard holding, they'll replay the down. It'll be second down and long with 1:18 to play here in this first half. As the Buckeyes trail now by 18, 35-17 against Alabama.
Decision-making here for both sides. Bama's got 3 timeouts, and Ohio State in no hurry. Kind of wary of them to get the football back. The Bucs are trying to get to the end of the round.
Second down, a few-yard keeper there, but nowhere for Ohio State to go. Question for everyone currently watching as well. Is the thumbnail for this video showing? Is the thumbnail for this live reaction stream live right now on YouTube showing on your end? Of course, it'd be a bunch of culture ball logos, a collage, if you will. If so, if it is, hit the thumbs up button. Let me know in the comments. But just want to make sure that's, of course, working here tonight with a little updated version of it from what I've, of course, used in the past. Added a few more in as of late. But, just want to make sure that those new logos on that new thumbnail that I put out are the ones, of course, appearing. So if anybody would like to let me know, always greatly appreciate it. Just want to make sure that thumbnail is working. It'll be the new thumbnail moving forward for Culture Ball. The NFL one will stay the same. Had an issue with that in a group on a social media channel just recently with some copyright, but it is what it is. You know, I ain't really worried about it that much. You know, it's free world. You want to take my picture, so be it. You know, it's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, whatever. We're live right now on YouTube. Alabama, Ohio State, Crimson Tide leading by 18, 35-17. Got another injury on the field, so probably not going to be much of a factor. I mean, Ohio State losing Trey Sermon has been a huge blow. Him going down on the first play of the game, taken to a hospital for precaution, hasn't returned, will not return tonight. Yeah, Ohio State with, as Herbie just said there, another defender down. They were down 13 players coming into tonight on both sides of the ball, including special teams. But, I mean, the course was set when Sermon went down, but then when it was 14 apiece, okay, Alabama went up 7 again at 21-14. Field goal by Ohio State. Since then, it's been all Alabama. Touchdown, they lead by 18 at 35-17. And until, you know, like I said a minute ago, Ohio State gets their head out of their ass, you know, whether Cat Dog or Batman or Superman's going to, even Spider-Man for that matter, is going to come save the day, Alabama's going to be winning another national title tonight. Okay? Plain and simple. We've got under a minute to play now here in this first half, 54 seconds, third down and long from the 20-yard line. 35, third and 15 officially, because of a holding penalty on this route as well. But it's Devontae Smith versus Ohio State's defense is how this game has gone. And Smith, your Heisman Trophy winner this year, has blown by defenders, gotten open. Mac Jones has found him 3 times for touchdowns. And in the meantime, fourth down to come for Ohio State. They'll punt. Alabama calls a timeout. They have 2 left with 49 seconds to play. Already up 18, going to try to extend the lead even more, it looks like, before halftime. And then they'll also get the ball to begin the second half. So hell, we might be sitting at 49-17 a few minutes into the third quarter, with the Alabama Crimson Tide leading and blowing out Ohio State at that point. Which, at that point, I don't think anybody, would have expected that. I mean, Ohio State kept it close. I mean, it was back and forth. There's still a lot of football left. Yeah, no doubt. But since that field goal, Alabama's like, no, we're not going to settle for field goals. We're going to turn up a notch, and we're going to score some more touchdowns, and we're going to extend this lead and, take over and control the rest of this game. Because that's what's happened. That is honestly what the hell has happened these past. Because it has slowed down, as I thought it would. I mentioned that a little earlier than I expected, but it has slowed down as it always does. But Alabama's still high-paced, high-powered, moving the ball downfield like it's nothing. They're playing on easy. Ohio State, tired on defense, playing on difficult right now. And Alabama is beating Ohio State with 42 seconds to play in this first half by 18, 35-17. As Devontae Smith, so far tonight, not even in the, we're going to add another catch and another 6-7 yards to his total. Actually, that was complete to John Mechie, excuse me. So another catch for him. What first half stats coming up? But Devontae Smith, in this first half, as Alabama calls another timeout, they have one left. 2nd and 4, 33 seconds to play. Devontae Smith has 12 catches for 215 yards receiving and a hat trick, 3 touchdowns tonight. Absolutely ridiculous. No wonder he won the goddamn Heisman this year. Nobody can cover his ass. Second down for Alabama. Steve Sarkisian's only going to be wishing, hey, can I take you and Mac Jones to Texas with me? No, that's not how it works. They'll be both in the NFL in a few months. Along with Najee Harris, all 3 of them, for the most part, probably going to be all drafted in the first round come April. Mac Jones is going to be late first round, early second round pick probably, depending on who gets him. But Harris going to, as Alabama really has to run the ball because, hey, Ohio State's not covering our receivers. Mac Jones, you're, allowed to air it out as much as you want tonight. You might throw for 1,000 yards. A dump off there to Harris. First down, 25 seconds to play. Ball at the 44-yard line. But Harris is, a good running back too. And Smith, I mean, if he can become an all-round receiver, which technically he already is, but if he can become even better than what he is now and build to his future, who knows? He could go down as, because it's really just been a one-season thing here, I mean, yeah, he did catch the game-winning touchdown a few years ago in the national title game in overtime for Alabama against Georgia. That's when he came on the scene as a true freshman with Tua, of course. But a season like he's had this year hasn't been seen in forever. That's why a wide receiver hasn't won a goddamn Heisman in almost 30 years. Okay? But he very well, depending on how his NFL future goes, and that whole career, I'll say it now, he could go down as one of the best wide receivers ever. And he's probably got a good 10, 15 years ahead of him playing in the NFL. But at the same time, don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves and jinx him by any means. But he's a damn good receiver. I don't want him on my team. Whoever does get him is going to have a true number 1 receiver moving forward. And hopefully defenses are going to be able to cover him. Because Ohio State tonight sure as hell can't. We've got a false start by Alabama. So, replay second down. So, second down and 8, 20 seconds to play. Empty set, 5 wide. Harris actually going to come back in the backfield as soon as I say that. So trips in a bunch, top of your screen. Mac Jones looking to throw. It's going to be incomplete down the middle. Alabama has no timeouts left. It'll be 3rd down with 15 seconds to play. I mean, as long as they can get field goal range here, maybe. Or, hell, they already got an 18-point lead. Saban, I'm not saying he's trying to run the score by any means, but if you can score on them, score. You know, because you don't know what's going to happen late. But, really, they don't need to score right now, honestly. They don't. But Ohio State's going to have to regroup at the half and try to get back in this ballgame. 3 touchdowns isn't a whole lot. I mean, they scored on 3 different drives so far tonight with the 17 total points, 2 touchdowns and a field goal. And that field goal, they probably would have liked to have a touchdown to tie it up at 21, because then Alabama might have, you know, not taken that 2-touchdown lead now. 2.5 touchdown lead at 18, 35-17. Incomplete over the middle, intended for Devontae Smith. So now Ohio State starting to cover him a little bit. And, you know, catch 200 yards on us, and then we'll cover you. So, with 10 seconds to play in the first half, Alabama's going to punt for the first time tonight, as they've scored on every drive. Almost blocked. Punter goes down. We'll see if there's a penalty flag. Fair catch at the 18. There is, in fact, a penalty flag. So this is either going to be running in or roughing the punter. Only 4 seconds to play. It's not going to matter. It's going to be the halftime coming up here anyway. So, and guess what? Alabama's going to get the ball to begin the second half too. So that's where we stand with the Crimson Tide leading the Buckeyes 35-17, unfortunately. From a Penn State Big Ten fan's point of view, along with the Ohio State fan. First down Ohio State with 2 timeouts and 4 seconds, but Justin Fields probably just going to take a knee. And I'm only saying that because I picked Ohio State to win tonight. And like I said, I don't think anybody thought it'd get this out of hand this early, right before halftime. But, I mean, like I said just a minute ago, 3 touchdowns is a lot, but it really isn't at the same time. If Alabama, if Ohio State can make a few stops on Alabama's offense, score some points, in the meantime, get back in it, you know, we got ourselves a ball game late in the fourth quarter, you know, and then whoever scores 50 still first wins. But in the meantime, at the half, as Devontae Smith has more total yards, all receiving, than Ohio State does as a team, the Alabama Crimson Tide lead the Ohio State Buckeyes at the half tonight in the College Football Playoff National Championship game by 18, 35-17. Interview with Nick Saban. Yeah, the offense is clicking. I mean, first punt there just 10 seconds ago, and it didn't matter because it's halftime. And Alabama's getting the ball to begin the second half. So now Maria Taylor, as Allison Williams, was just with Nick Saban. She's with Ryan Day. And Ohio State's, right now, meeting their maker. Trey Sermon getting hurt early, not helping out. Yeah, they got to get a few stops on defense, no doubt. But then they also got to do what they did on offense to score those touchdowns early to get back in this game and then, you know, make it a ball game, as I just said, you know, late there in the fourth quarter potentially. So 35-17 at the half as Alabama leads Ohio State here tonight in the College Football Playoff National Championship game. First half stats and scores. As I don't know if we're going to have a halftime show as we've had in years past during the College Football Playoff National Championship game or not. They've sort of turned this title game into what Super Bowl is for the NFL. But of course, with everything that's going on the past almost 12 months now, with COVID, fans at a limited capacity, of course, like I said earlier, you know, things have been changed to an extent. So if they do have one, I don't know if it's going to be virtual or if they're actually going to have somebody there. I know The Weeknd's going to be performing next month in Tampa, up the road from Miami, Super Bowl 55. But we'll see. So thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. At the half, as Alabama leads Ohio State 35-17. Justin Fields only 6 of 15 through the air with 90 passing yards. No touchdowns, no interceptions. The only turnover was a Mac Jones fumble. Okay, that Ohio State capitalized on. I believe they either scored that touchdown, their last touchdown, or their field goal, their last points to get to 17, if I'm not mistaken. Marcus Teague, in absence of Trey Sermon tonight. Teague, of course, at the start of the year was starting running back. And then he got banged up. Insert Sermon. He's played well over the past few weeks. Now Sermon's hurt. So Marcus Teague back in the lineup. He has 12 carries for 62 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Does not have any catches, surprisingly, out of the backfield. I know they've targeted him a few times, but no catches for Teague out of the backfield. Sermon only has that 1 carry for 2 yards first play of the game, and then he was injured on that very play as well. Justin Fields has 2 carries for 29 yards rushing. Ohio State receiving, Jeremy Ruckert, 1 catch for 36 yards. Had another target, got drilled, targeting Alabama defender ejected. Chris Olave has 2 catches for 23 yards. Williams, 1 of 14. Garrett Wilson, 1 catch for 13 yards as well. And then Alabama on the flip side here, Mac Jones having a day. Potentially in the biggest spotlight he's ever been in. Regardless if he's played for Alabama, as long as he's played for Alabama and started all season long, taking over for Tua, playing in the SEC. Mac Jones tonight in the national championship game against Ohio State has 20 completions on 30 attempts, so he's 25 of 30. Has 342 passing yards and 4 touchdowns. 3 of those to Devontae Smith, who has 12 catches for 215 yards receiving and 3 touchdowns. The other touchdown from Mac Jones went to Najee Harris on that wheel near side. Harris also has 5 catches for 66 yards receiving and a touchdown. Harris on the ground, 11 carries for 45 yards rushing and a score. And then John Mechie, as Devontae Smith has 12 catches for 215 yards receiving and 3 touchdowns. Najee Harris, 5 catches for 66 yards and a score. Mechie, 5 catches for 35 yards. Jalen Waddle, only 1 catch for 15 yards on Alabama's opening drive, if I'm not mistaken. But the broken ankle, a factor, it looks like, hasn't played since, really. And then Bolden also has 2 catches for 11 yards. But Alabama's dominating. They lead Ohio State 35-17 at the half tonight in the College Football Playoff National Championship game. Earlier this season in college football, as we'll now take a look back at the bowl season, we had almost close to, if I'm not mistaken, 20 bowl games canceled. Unfortunately, hopefully next year, come September 2021, 8-9 months from now for the start of college football season, and then bowl season December, January with next year's college football playoff. We'll have our full slate of college football bowl games once again. However, this year, with all the cancellations, we were still able to have bowl season with as many bowl games as we got. So, honestly, should be grateful and lucky that we got what we got this year with college football and the NFL, along with all these other sports, because not knowing, as mentioned, back June, July, August, if we were even going to have a college football or NFL season. But here we are, college football playoff national championship game now tonight. Bowl season actually began 3 weeks ago today. It was App State in the Myrtle Beach Bowl defeating North Texas by a final score of 56-28. Nevada won the famous Idaho Potato Bowl on the blue turf out in Boise over Tulane, 38-27. BYU Central Florida down in Boca, the Boca Raton Bowl. Cougs beat the Knights 49-23. Georgia Southern blew out Louisiana Tech. Almost shut out the Bulldogs. Beat them by a final score of 38-3. Memphis over Florida Atlantic in the Montgomery Bowl 25-10. Hawaii also defeated Houston back on Christmas Eve in the New Mexico Bowl that was played in Frisco, Texas this year by a final score of 28-14. Buffalo over Marshall in the Camellia Bowl, 17-10. That was on Christmas Day. Marshall has since moved on from Doc Holliday as their head football coach. Marshall currently the only college football program currently seeking a new football coach moving forward after his dismissal just a short time ago. We'll get into the college football coaching carousel coming up next, so stay tuned. But back on Christmas, as we saw the Saints beat the Vikings on Christmas Day, the Buffalo Bulls out of the MAC beat the Thundering Herd of Marshall 17-10 in the Camellia Bowl. The Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette won the First Responder Bowl over Texas San Antonio 31-24. Georgia State also defeated Western Kentucky 39-21 in their respective bowl game. The Cure Bowl, Liberty and Coastal Carolina, the rematch that was postponed until bowl season. Of course, you go back to Liberty taking on Coastal Carolina. Game was postponed. BYU replaced on short notice. Coastal Carolina, of course, then beat the Cougs. BYU won their bowl game. However, Liberty beat Coastal Carolina in their bowl game as well. So Coastal Carolina, unfortunately, no undefeated season for them. They lose in overtime on a game-winning field goal to Hugh Freeze and the Liberty Flames, 37-34 in the Cure Bowl. Oklahoma State and Miami, the Jimmy Johnson Cheez-It Bowl, if you will. The Cowboys beat the Hurricanes 37-34 as well. However, that game was final at the end of regulation. Didn't need overtime as Liberty needed to defeat Coastal Carolina. 37-34 in overtime. The Tuesday then after Christmas, we had Oklahoma State defeat Miami 37-34. Texas also put up 55 on Colorado and a Big 12 rematch during bowl season. Of course, Colorado has since moved on to the Pac-12. That's why it's Big 12 rematch in the Valero Alamo Bowl. Tom Herman was then fired a few days later by Texas. Texas then this past weekend hired Steve Sarkisian, the Alabama offensive coordinator himself, to become their next head football coach. So on, this would have been Tuesday, December the 29th, Oklahoma State beat Miami. The U themselves, the Hurricanes, 37-34, and then Texas 55-23 over Colorado. Wisconsin defeated Wake Forest 42-28 in the Mayo Whipped Cream Bowl. Oklahoma blew out Florida 55-20 in the Cotton Bowl. Mississippi State 28-26 over Tulsa. That was on New Year's Eve. Go back to that game. There was a brawl at the end, a very, very big fight. Don't know what I'm talking about, go check it out. Worth the watch, pretty funny. Ball State also beat San Jose State 34-13. West Virginia 24-21 over Army in the Liberty Bowl, as that was actually supposed to be West Virginia and Tennessee. But a few teams, as mentioned, with all these cancellations during bowl season this year, some teams actually, after having already announced, hey, we're playing so-and-so in this bowl game, teams opted out. So West Virginia was looking for an opponent after Tennessee decided not to play. Army, who only had one loss at the point in time, they got gypped out of the bowl game. Did not get a bowl bid. However, they did, and then they lost by 3. They had West Virginia right where they had them. Right where they wanted them at, in the Liberty Bowl down in Memphis. However, Mountaineers were a little bit better than the Knights of Army, 24-21 WVU. We didn't get Arkansas and TCU, unfortunately, in a battle of hogs and frogs, but on New Year's Day, we got Georgia over Cincinnati in the Peach Bowl, 24-21. Northwestern beat Auburn, 35-19. Alabama, along with Ohio State, before they advanced to the national championship game this evening, won their semifinals in the college football playoff, as Alabama defeated Notre Dame in the Rose Bowl from Dallas, as the Cotton Bowl, turned into the Rose Bowl. But Alabama beat Notre Dame 31-14, and then Ohio State in the nightcap on New Year's Day, New Year's night, beat Clemson 49 28. And then we haven't had a college football game since the day after New Year's, where we had a quadruple header. Kentucky beat NC State 23-21. Ole Miss handed Indiana a 6-point loss, the Big Ten's lone loss during bowl season. However, of course, Ohio State loses tonight. Big Ten will finish with 2 losses during bowl season. Iowa State over Oregon 34-17. Matt Campbell going to stay in Ames with the Cyclones. And then Texas A&M beat North Carolina in Hard Rock Stadium at Miami Gardens just a week from this past Saturday, as the Aggies beat the Tar Heels of Carolina 41-27 in the Orange Bowl. Now, in the meantime, as mentioned, get into the college football coaching carousel during this halftime, the college football playoff national championship game here this evening. Currently, right now in the NFL, we have a few openings. One added in post Black Monday last week. Be sure to go check out my college football bowl game and NFL playoff predictions as well if you haven't done so already. The Chargers, Falcons, Lions, Jags, Jets, and Texans all had openings before the Eagles fired Doug Peterson earlier today. So now we'll add the Eagles to that list with the Chargers, Falcons, Lions, Jags, Jets, and Texans. Now the Eagles as well, with teams in the National Football League that have head coaching openings. However, in college football, okay, no particular order, but for the most part, might as well just go in alphabetical order because that's how it is. Arizona had fired former Texas A&M, and now Arizona head football coach Kevin Sumlin. They've replaced him with Jed Fish, former assistant in both the college and NFL ranks. Don't know if he's going to have any success by any means whatsoever right now or not. Pac-12 South right now, it's USC and Arizona State. He's got a tough climb ahead of him, but if he surrounds himself with the right people, it could turn out to be something, moving forward that turns out good on their end, but I doubt it. I want to be shocked if Arizona has another opening in a few years. Blake Anderson left Arkansas State for Utah State because they fired former Wisconsin and Oregon State head coach and Gary Anderson. So Blake Anderson leaving Arkansas State for Utah State. Arkansas State going to replace Anderson with current Alabama analyst and former Tennessee head coach in Butch Jones. Jones, of course, has coached Central Michigan and Cincinnati as well before getting the Tennessee job. Got fired by the Vols. Surprised Jeremy Pruitt is still Tennessee's head coach. But Butch Jones, final game with Alabama tonight, going to go to Arkansas State. Auburn, Alabama's rival in the Iron Bowl, or Auburn's rival in Alabama in the Iron Bowl, depending, of course, who you root for. They fired Gus Malzahn and replaced him with now former Boise State head coach and Brian Harsin. I do believe Harsin will have success. It's going to take some time. Really anymore, you get 3 years. You don't win in 3 years, you're done. You're fired, you're gone. But with what Peterson did at Boise and then also at Washington, I think Harsin's going to have similar success from what he did also at Boise State now, going to be taking the Auburn job. Boise State, in the meantime, with Harsin's departure, they actually just hired Oregon defensive coordinator Andy Avalos. However, from what I've heard, even though it's official, still not official, if that makes any sense. So we'll see what's going on there, but Boise State's still going to be Boise State moving forward. You're going to have to go play on that blue turf and play your best game in order to win. Especially if you're a non-Power 5 playing in the Mountain West, because normally when Boise State's got a good non-conference game, it's the neutral site. But Boise State's still going to be Boise State moving forward, regardless of who that coach is, who's playing, they recruit players to fit their program just as Wisconsin does. And speaking of Wisconsin, with former Badger head coach and Brett Bielema, of course, he left Wisconsin after the 2012 season, went to Arkansas, got fired after a few years. Wished him well after Wisconsin. Still don't know why he left for Fayetteville to take over the Hogs. Past few years has been in the NFL following his departure from the college level under Bill Belichick and the Patriots, and then just this past year with the New York Football Giants. Brett Bielema back in the Big Ten, taking over for the Illinois Fighting Illini following the firing of former Chicago Bear head coach in Lovie Smith. So Brett Bielema back in the Big Ten in Illinois, his home state, played at Iowa, assistant coach a few different places. Of course, got his head coaching start at Wisconsin. We'll see if the same type of team that he had at Wisconsin and Arkansas, if it's going to be the case with Illinois or not moving forward. But Brett Bielema at Illinois. Terry Bowden, after Akron let him go, he's now at Louisiana Monroe. So there still is a Bowden on the sidelines in college football. His one brother now in politics in the state of Alabama, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see how, of course, that all goes moving forward with everything going on right now. Marshall has mentioned the loan opening after they just fired Doc Holliday. Don't know why, as he had success. Of course, there was some politics behind that from what I heard, but how much of that is true, I don't know. Nobody's ever going to know the truth anyway. But Marshall let go of Doc Holliday. From what I've heard, they're going to go after a few former quarterbacks of theirs who had success in the NFL, with Chad Pennington and Byron Leftwich. Leftwich currently offensive coordinator for Tampa Bay Buccaneers. How's he do as a college football head coach, though? That's the question, if they do end up hiring him. We'll get into a former college coach that could jump to the NFL here shortly as well, so stay tuned for that. But South Carolina fired Will Muschamp. They should never have hired his ass in the first place. He sucked at Florida. He sucked at South Carolina. He's going to be a defense coordinator somewhere next year. It was rumored to Michigan, but I don't think that was finalized. So maybe back to Texas for him, for Steve Sarkisian's staff, as all these new head coaches will, of course, now moving forward, along within the NFL, have to put together a staff for next season. But Shane Beamer, the son of Frank Beamer, the legendary Virginia Tech head football coach, Shane Beamer will take over for the Gamecocks of South Carolina. Steve Sarkisian, as mentioned, taking over for Tom Herman at Texas. And then, as mentioned, Blake Anderson leaving Arkansas State for Utah State. Good change of scenery for him after these past few years. And then Vanderbilt finally fired Derek Mason after he never had a winning season, taking over James Franklin after Franklin left for Penn State. Clark Lea, Notre Dame defense coordinator, former Commodore player, will take over the reins for Vandy. However, as mentioned, with a former college football head coach who's never touched in the NFL, never dabbled his feet, so to speak, Urban Meyer, okay? Former Bowling Green, Utah, in the state of, well, if I can, put together my geography, out in the Pacific Northwest, in the Rockies, Idaho and Utah border, yes, or close to one another for that matter. Urban Meyer, the former Bowling Green, Utah, Florida, and Ohio State head coach. We'll see if he goes to the Jaguars. We'll see if he goes to the Chargers. We'll see if he goes to the Jets. If there's going to be any announcement, it's probably going to be after this game, maybe in the second half of the way Ohio State's playing right now. But if there's any announcement for Urban Meyer to the Jags or anywhere in the NFL, expected at the earliest, I think tomorrow morning, or at the latest by the end of the week before the divisional round kicks off. Rumor is he's already put together a staff. The job's his if he wants it. He's already met with Shad Khan and the Jags. Maybe, you know, he can dabble his feet in some all AEW wrestling as well in the meantime. But the Jags do have the #1 pick. You know, he'd have his choice on putting together a staff, of course, along with either selecting Trevor Lawrence or Justin Fields, Devontae Smith, hell, whoever he wants at #1 at the end of April in this upcoming NFL draft. If Urban Meyer, whoever takes the Jaguar job, gonna have their choice of pick. But I wouldn't be shocked, okay, if he goes to the NFL after taking a 2-year hiatus with health reasons noted once again. However, I don't know if he'd have success. All right. Normally, so let me say this again. I'm not going to be shocked. I'm not going to be surprised if he takes it. Even though I would be to an extent. But I don't think he's going to have success at the NFL level. Because, and if he does, okay, good for him. But normally college football head coaches that take NFL jobs, they don't have success. Ask Nick Saban. Okay? Perfect example. There's a few out there that have had some success, but you look at Matt Campbell, who just turned down the Jets. He's staying at Iowa State. You know, he's building a program with the Cyclones, and more power to him. Iowa State's going to be a force to be reckoned with in the Big 12 moving forward, with Oklahoma and Texas if Steve Sarkisian can get them back up and running, or just continue what they've built under Tom Herman and Charlie Strong after Mac Brown. And Charlie Strong really didn't do a whole lot, and that's why he's been fired from a few other jobs as well. But Urban, if he goes to the Jags, he's going back to Northern Florida, of course, coached at Florida. Coached in that stadium at least once a year, Florida, Georgia. Won 2 national titles with the Gators, the other with Ohio State. The last time the Buckeyes were in the national title game back in 2014, defeating Oregon. Now losing as we begin the second half against Alabama, 35-17 tied. In the meantime, Devontae Smith now banged up, injured, going to go into the locker room. Actually, he's going to go into the tent on the sideline. But that's first half stats and scores. That's your recap for college football bowl season, along with the current timing with all the college football and NFL head coaches with the coaching carousel. We'll see what happens moving forward, but just be sure to like, follow, and subscribe as always on social media. Easiest way to stay up to date, links in the description below. And thanks for tuning in tonight and watching my live reactions play of the 2021 College Football Playoff National Championship game with the Crimson Tide of Alabama and the Buckeyes of Ohio State. First down, tied from the 49-yard line. Empty set 5 wide. They actually had trips stacked near side, but then they motioned both tight ends back to the line of scrimmage now in the pistol. Jones going to fake the give to Najee Harris. Mac Jones going to step up. Pass going to be caught. First down, Alabama. Jalen Waddle for 15 yards far side on the comeback. His second catch of the night. He looks fine out there with a broken ankle, coming off of it at least. Now they're going to run Najee Harris. He's going to get a yard or so if he's lucky. But, yeah, that's where we stand with everything. So, just keep an eye out, of course, for more videos right here on the channel, whether they're preview prediction videos, recaps, or even live reaction streams with college football, the NFL, and professional wrestling. This will be the last college football live reaction stream until next year, until next August, September. I can guarantee you that. Minus unless, of course, with Penn State football, we get back to normal. Everyone has a spring game. At that point, you know, come April. Okay, then, yeah. But from now until then, for college football to the NFL, you know, free agency, draft, the playoffs are going to continue, of course, in the meantime before then. So the NFL playoffs, will have, as Alabama will have another 1st and 10 here, 11:45 to play in the third quarter, up 35-17. Will the NFL playoffs continue? Have the combine, maybe we'll see what the NFL does about that. Free agency, draft, and then, you know, the long day of the summer with really nothing going on in football, at least, until fall camp with preseason and start next year then. But other sports, of course, will be on. And then from now until then, too, as it, for myself at least, sort of dies down from, you know, February to July, August, September, because August, September, February is the big portion of the year for myself, at least, for live streaming and videos. We'll have pro wrestling all year, as we always do. So just be sure to keep an eye out for prediction videos along with live reaction streams of pro wrestling, whether it be AEW, WWE, regardless of promotion. Live reactions, play-by-play, live right here on YouTube of college football, the NFL, and professional wrestling. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. From the 16-yard line, 1st and 10 Alabama, pass complete from Mac Jones near side. And that goes to Billingsley. It'll be 2nd down.
Smith continues to be out on this drive as we're seeing Williams and others have stepped up.
So from the 11, 2nd down and 5, Jones just going to throw it on the ground, incomplete, intended for his tight end. 3rd down. As Alabama has held the ball now for 5 minutes and change. Early second half here. Ohio State has not touched it on offense as of yet in the second half. So a very long drive. Take as much time as they can off the clock here, Alabama is. Trying to extend their lead and not look back and win another national championship. From the 11. Out of the pistol, Jones going to hand off. Harris going to break a tackle, breaks another, 1st down and goal now at the 5-yard line. If anybody does in fact know what's going on WWE Monday Night Raw and would like to let me know, be my guest. I was having some issues watching that earlier, so I'll have to watch it a little bit later on. But as always something new with the technical issues, with the difficulties that I get. So, it is what it is. We move on. 2nd goal after no gain on that run. Because with what I said earlier, why all of a sudden, as it was working perfectly fine until Raw started, and then everything else is working perfectly fine, but then all of a sudden it just doesn't want to work. It makes no sense. None whatsoever. From the 5. Jones on 2nd goal looking to throw slant over the middle of the end zone, incomplete, intended for Mechie. Be 3rd down. Sean Wade on the coverage. No Devontae Smith on this opening drive of this second half for Alabama, as he's still in the injury tent. Banged up. Don't know the extent of his injury at this point in time, and don't want to speculate by any means, but we saw Trey Sermon go down early. First play of the game. Devontae Smith, Alabama receiver, had 12 catches, 215 yards, and 3 touchdowns in the first half. Now in the second half, not really doing a whole lot. I get it's just the opening drive, as we're already midway through the third quarter. Alabama on the bubble screen. It's caught. Big hit. But Harris still able to hold on to that. And it'll... Unfortunately, he doesn't get in the end zone. It'll be 4th and goal from the 2. So we'll see if they go for it or kick a field goal. Kick a field goal, make it 38-17. Alabama needs 3 touchdowns to tie it. See what the Tide do here. Tide are going to kick a field goal. Alabama with the field goal attempt. 4th and goal from the 2-yard line. This is a chip shot. From the right hash, though, it is still up and good. So kick good. 38-17 now, Alabama leading Ohio State with 7:47 to play in the 3rd quarter. They took up half of the quarter on that opening drive in this 2nd half to get 3 points. So Alabama with a 38-17 lead. Ohio State needs 3 touchdowns to tie it. 17-24, 24-31, 31-38. And then they also need to make stops on defense, which they just didn't do, giving up another 3 points. So, and time really not on their side now. They're going to have to go fast the rest of this game. Hope to get back in it, but for the most part, this game's over. Especially after that long drive to begin the 2nd half. Alabama going to control the rest of the clock, it seems like. Tried to at least. Only extended the lead by 3. 38-17 though now, but they took up half of the quarter. And, you know, with time not on Ohio State's side, they just gave up half the quarter, 7 and change. There's nothing really Ohio State can do other than continue to beat themselves as they've done since scoring their 17 points, down 4, 21-17, and then giving up 17 unanswered to Alabama. So that's where we sit at a 38-17 Tide over the Buckeyes.
Hygienic Clean Heavy Duty. See the difference? After being washed with Tide Hygienic Clean. For a deep clean, try Tide Hygienic Clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide. Yeah, so AT&T's best plan includes HBO.
See if we can get any updates in the meantime on what is in fact going on right now during WWE Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, that's because of yeah, right. And I'm the lady from the AT&T commercial.
It's not complicated. AT&T's best plan includes HBO Max, where you can stream Wonder Woman 1984 the same day it premieres in theaters, and no extra cost.
Some Raw results.
We found a Loan Depot because we were confident we could deliver the American dream of home ownership to individuals and families across the nation.
Serving more than 27,000 customers a month, lowering payments, providing jobs, investing in neighborhoods and communities.
All right, 1 second.
We know what it means to put down roots and bring dreams to life.
At Loan Depot, we know.
Home means everything.
Next time you carry out 3 topping Domino's pizzas for $7.99 each, try Domino's Carside Delivery. Just check in online and we'll quickly and safely bring out your food so you don't have to get out to get carry out.
So with Triple H kicking off the show, we had the King of Kings, the game himself, kick off Raw tonight. Welcome to Monday Night Raw. And then Randy Orton did come out. And they got in an argument back and forth, cutting promos on one another, face-to-face. Orton, what do you say tonight in this ring? You and I go toe-to-toe in the main event. And then Triple H with a right hand to Randy Orton. And then that's when, of course, we got Ric Flair turning on Charlotte, his own daughter, for Lacey Evans. Drew McIntyre with an update as well after testing positive for COVID-19 earlier. He gave an update. The McIntyre-Goldberg WWE Championship match was made official for the Royal Rumble, unfortunately. We then had Jeff Hardy and Elias in singles competition. Then in a tag team match, Keith Lee, Sheamus versus The Miz and John Morrison. That's when Keith Lee broke the ring. The Legend Killers Challenge, Triple H going to accept. I'm sure that's going to be going on right now, honestly. If if it's going to happen tonight. They'll probably keep us on the edge of our seats and make us tune back in for next week, and then make the match official for the Royal Rumble or even WrestleMania if they'd want to hold out. And then, you know, the Fiend Bray Wyatt interferes. What else? You want to fight me? I accept, says Triple H. So we got Triple H and Randy Orton about to happen on Raw, I guess. Yeah, McIntyre responded to Goldberg, accepted the challenge. Goldberg going to be next at the Royal Rumble for the WWE title. It was Retribution and the New Day. However, Kofi Kingston now injured and out of action, so we'll see if Xavier Woods gets a singles run or not. It might just keep him off TV. We had a United States Championship match as well with Bobby Lashley and the original bro Matt Riddle himself. Bobby Lashley retains. AJ Styles talking over with Postman Adam Pearce, because at the Royal Rumble it'll be Roman Reigns defending his Universal Championship against Adam Pearce. I don't know why, but that's the direction they're going on SmackDown. Styles, if by some miracle you beat Reigns, which he won't for the Universal title, at the Royal Rumble, Styles, because he's in the Royal Rumble match, hey, you might be facing me at WrestleMania for the Universal Championship. And then it was Drew Gulak and AJ Styles. Gulak wins, he's out of the Royal Rumble match. Styles wins, so Drew Gulak not in the Royal Rumble match. However, come Royal Rumble time, he'll probably still be in the Royal Rumble match because I'll need somebody. Since then, just image for the WWE Championship match at the Royal Rumble with McIntyre and Goldberg was made official. And then Triple H talking with Keith Lee backstage. I made this mess, I'm going to clean it up. So it'll be Triple H and Randy Orton in the main event of WWE Monday Night Raw coming up next. And that's WWE Monday Night Raw in a nutshell. So really, I mean, didn't miss much, didn't, but would have, of course, still liked to have watched. We'll see if, of course, that ever happens again. Hopefully not. I don't know why it was doing what it did, but I haven't been able to watch Raw tonight side by side with the National Championship game here. So first down and 5 for Ohio State. Fields on a RPO, going to tuck and run. He's off to the races, and then he's going to be brought down at the 20-yard line. 1st and 10, Ohio State. First and 10, Buckeyes from the 20-yard line. Fields going to go deep, back corner of the end zone, far side. It's caught, touchdown Ohio State to Garrett Wilson. OHIO, touchdown Ohio State. A very fast drive again. So now Ohio State, just as they did early, drive, score quick, and then give up more points to Alabama. So hopefully they can make a defensive stand coming up and try to get back in this ball game. Extra point going to be up in just good, barely. So 38-24. Alabama on top of Ohio State. But Alabama just gave up a 20-yard passing touchdown from Justin Fields to Garrett Wilson. They cut it to 14 at 2 touchdowns.
On a superstitious Van's Bill by Dr. Pepper.
see him.
There was a problem with the cleaners. They shrunk their lucky pants. Yes.
Next time on Fansville.
They still fit.
Oh, Dad.
Look, fit like glove.
Loves his pants.
Hey, Sheriff. How you doing?
Dr. Pepper, the official drink of Fansville.
I don't know why I came to visit you.
Ever since they left, I know it's been a little fraught. We gotta do this, man. So much.
I never talk about fixing off the menu. He can't escape the crazy. The whole town feels cold fixing.
Pick up like a pro. Just order on the Subway app, and it's ready to go with contactless curbside. Turkey sub and a hot tub. Now get 15% off any footlong when you order in the app.
At some point in their life, 52% of all men will experience erectile dysfunction, but most of them never get treated. Now there's Roman, the digital health clinic for men. With Roman, you can get genuine medication prescribed by a U.S. licensed physician, all from the comfort of your home. If medication is right for you, Roman delivers it with free 2-day shipping and discreet packaging. Get started with a free online visit today at GetRoman.com/TV.
Go pro at Subway with double protein on any footlong or on any new protein bowl. So many ways to go pro at Subway. It's not amateur team, it's protein, baby. Go pro and get double the protein for just $2 more. Subway, eat fresh.
Goodyear providing aerial pictures tonight, making the plays that move you forward. Goodyear, more driven. Hard Rock, one of the more photogenic stadiums from the air. Shame that it's not filled. A shame we don't have the two bands here. I really miss the $1 Million Band. The best damn band of the land, as Ohio State's excellent band is known as. You don't have Brutus, Buckeye, or Bill, or Big Al, and Sue. Iconic mascots. Look forward to welcoming the pageantry back next season.
Yeah, it was with not having bands and cheerleaders and mascots and just what you would normally see, you know, during college football game. Fortunately, we didn't get that, you know, this year, but we still got football. But we'll get back to normal eventually, so it's a matter of when. We'll just have to go back and relive, watch some old games, or play some NCAA or even Madden for that matter, and dream of next season. That'll be here before we know it. From 25, 1st and 10 for Alabama. 2 yards on the run for Najee Harris. Or excuse me, that's Robinson. Brian Robinson, number 4. He gets 2 yards. 6:26 to play here in the third. Devontae Smith now finally out of the 10. He's got a towel in his mouth, a towel in his right hand, helmet back in his left hand now. So we'll see if he's going to be good to go to come back in or not. I mean, he really doesn't need to do much else because he's already, you know, caught 215 yards in the air and 3 touchdowns, for God's sakes. Now, if Ohio State started to come back and they need him to get in there and play, yeah, he's going to play. But he has that right hand covered up. Who knows if... Who honestly knows what the hell he did to his right side? His right arm, his right hand, whether it's a hand, wrist, forearm, elbow, shoulder injury, who knows? He was in the tent a while, but he's back out, but he's not back in the ballgame. 3rd and 2 for Alabama. And now Devontae Smith going to go into the locker room. Jones looking to throw, going to step up, pump fake, then gets rid of it. It's called the 45-yard line, 50. Goes Billingsley to the 45. He's down. Ground can't cause a fumble. That's no fumble. He's down. Then the ball came out. First down, Alabama at the 45-yard line. No, that's not a fumble. No way. No way in hell. Yeah, nice job there by Mac Jones to keep the play alive. And then finding Billingsley 19 for first down. And then, yeah, he's down. And then the ball came out. And that's not a fumble. That's first down for Alabama.
First down, Buckeyes 45. Billingsley, a quiet start. He's got Son, and then makes best when you get involved in this game.
And now we got a late whistle, 1st and 10, as Devontae Smith goes into the locker room.
Potentially asking, they're going to call timeout, try to get review. They're asking, talking to the officials.
Seemed pretty clear.
Ohio State wants him to look at that. Last play for a potential fumble. He was down by a mile before the ball came out.
Ryan Day and Nick Saban, both head coaches in this game, were among the 24. Look at it here. 24 FBS head coaches who, despite best practices,
He's down.
protocol,
Then the ball came out. He's down. There's no way that's a fumble. None whatsoever. No way.
Did Ohio State call a timeout, or did the replay booth buzz down to review this? You can see Ryan Day, he wants that looked at, but he's clearly down.
Yeah, they've not charged him with a timeout, but that didn't really deserve the lengthy look that it's getting. Anyway, Day, living in a guest house behind his townhouse for 7 weeks.
Ohio State going to call a timeout to look at this. That's a waste of a timeout because he's down. The ball did not come out until he was down for 10 minutes. Ground can't cause a fumble. That's no fumble. That's a first down and 10 for Alabama. He's down. There's no way. As Ohio State being charged a timeout, they only have 2 left now moving forward. These final 20 minutes. As we have 5:20 to play in this third quarter. 1st and 10 for the Crimson Tide of Alabama. From the 45-yard line. Tight end in motion near side. Alabama really hasn't gone their tight ends a whole lot tonight, honestly. Jones going to fake the give, step up. Going to tuck and run. Dives. First down, Alabama. 1st and 10. Jones needed 10. Got 10.5. First down. However, he's now up limping. Not a good sign. Took a shot, but he'll be all right. First down, Alabama. And no one open, just like Justin Fields there earlier. Any quarterback. No one open, you tuck and run and try to pick up the first down.
Warner kind of fell on him and may have gotten Jones in the leg there. He's moving around okay. First down.
From the 35, Jones going to hand off to Robinson. Robinson going to get 4 yards. Be 2nd down and 6.
Well, Alabama has confirmed it is a hand injury for Devontae Smith.
Hand injury for Devontae Smith.
Further evaluation, and at this time, he's questionable to return.
Questionable return. He's got a hand injury. He's back in the locker room.
12 catches, 215 yards, and a hat-trick, a touchdown to the
Hell.
first half. His night.
What he did tonight in the first half, some receivers don't even do over a 2, 3, 4 game span, for God's sakes. He did it in less than 30 minutes of football. He doesn't need to play in the second half, injured or not. 12 catches, 215 yards receiving, and 3 touchdowns. Like, come on, give me a break. Jesus Christ. Robinson up the middle. First down run for him. First, he's played all game now here tonight in this second half. Taking over for Najee Harris. First down run for him right up the gut. Be 1st and goal. Should be 1st and goal, Alabama from the 10-yard line. Right at the 10, 1st and goal, Alabama. Jones out of the gun, going to hand off. Brian Robinson, number 4, once again. He's going to lower his shoulder, get 4, maybe 5 yards. His second goal from the 5, 5.5, 6, depending on the spot here. But just as Alabama can't cover any Alabama receiver, they can't stop Najee Harris. In the backfield, running the football, they can't stop Brian Robinson now either. And it's been Alabama's offense versus Ohio State's defense, the main focal point of how the game's turned out to be tonight. With Alabama just running all over the Buckeye D. Pass complete to Baldwin. Touchdown, Alabama. Slade Bolden. What a name. Slade Bolden from 5 yards out on a passing touchdown from Mac Jones. His 5th now of the game. And Alabama once again extends their lead back to 20. It's 44-24 pending the extra point here with a few minutes to play in the third quarter. That's touchdown. Roll Tide chance now. Extra point up and good. 45-24 Alabama over Ohio State with 2:52 to play in this third quarter. Yeah, that's a touchdown. Oh, they might score 60. They keep it up. When they beat Notre Dame in January 2013, blowing the Fighting Irish out in the national championship game in Miami, they won 42-14. They currently lead Ohio State 45-24. I mean, another 2 touchdowns are a point away from 60. Okay? We still got 17 minutes of football to be played. If they can, I mean, they'll probably score 50 and then be done. It might. Saban puts it in backup, so you know it's bad, especially in the national title game. Which, coming up here midway through the fourth quarter, he very well could do. But, I mean, I doubt he will just because it's a national title game and a few of the starters are going to be playing for the final time. You know, he's had the chance to do that already this season because Alabama's at 12-0, undefeated. SC West, SC champions. Defeated Notre Dame in the playoff semi to get to the national title game tonight and are beating Ohio State by 21 once again. So until Ohio State does something to come back, along with stopping Alabama, roll Tide. You know, it's Alabama all day. It is. It was a good game there, 21-14. Well, 7-7, 14-14, 21-14, 21-17, and then 38-17, 38-24, now 45-24. So, got out of hand there a little early, right before halftime for Alabama over Ohio State. And the Tide just haven't looked back since. So, you know, maybe Ohio State in the lead up to this national title game tonight, they should have ate a few more Tide Pods, if you will, to give them an extra boost to beat the Crimson Tide tonight. But Alabama's going to win this game, you know, bearing a 3-4, you know, touchdown comeback. Which, even if Ohio State scores, Alabama answers just as fast. That's why I said it's the Alabama offense against the Ohio State defense. As, Mac Jones giving Joe Burrow a run for his money in the last 2 national championship games. And until Nick Saban retires from Alabama, Alabama's going to continue to roll. It's just how it is. So if you're not used to it by now, these last 11 years that they've won national championships, well, get used to it. Because they're not going away anytime soon. Check out now in the meantime how WWE Monday Night Raw ended as we just passed the 11 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Actually, we had a women's tag team match, I guess, in between that AJ Styles, Drew Gulak match and the main event. And then it was time to play the game with Randy Orton and Triple H.
Hasn't been much easy access to this Ohio State offense tonight. Because Ohio State slows down, you see Sertan now.
Is he here? Did the Fiend come out? Was it Sister Alexa? It was. Oh my, and then flash of fire from Alexa Bliss to the face of Randy Orton, following, of course, what happened in the final Raw 2020 with them fading to black, not knowing if Orton actually set fire to Alexa Bliss or not. So that's how Raw ended tonight, I guess. So I just thought, you know, if they did have the main event with Triple H and Orton tonight, or if they pause it, put it on hold for a few weeks to the Royal Rumble, you know, the Fiend Bray Wyatt, Alexa Bliss comes out, well, Alexa came out, so, you know, that's how Raw ends, with her, a flash of fire to the Viper, Randy Orton. So at the Royal Rumble, we'll probably get the Fiend returning on the go-home Raw for the Rumble at the end of the month to challenge Randy Orton to a match at the Royal Rumble event. Unless from now until, if they want to drag it out until WrestleMania, okay, so be it. I wouldn't mind that, and then have them, you know, face off at Mania come March, April, whenever the hell it's going to be. Fourth down for Ohio State. Minute to play here in the third quarter, 4th and a yard. Master T going to be brought down in the backfield. Turnover on downs from the Buckeyes. And the Alabama Crimson Tide will get the ball back. Up 45-24, the minute 2 to play here in the third quarter. With all 3 timeouts remaining, as Ohio State only has 2. They run on 4th and a yard. Master Teague brought down for a few yard loss and a turnover on downs. Alabama getting the ball back. This game's been over since Alabama went up, 35-17 at the half. And Devontae Smith, your MVP, along with Mac Jones, no doubt. I wouldn't mind having Mac Jones as my quarterback in the NFL if he continues to play like this. But really, he's only had 1 year as a starter, you know. From what I can call the last, you know, big first-round pick that only had 1 year as a starter in college was Mitch Trubisky. He got on the Chicago Bears, and we've seen how that's turned out. But Mac Jones, you can tell he's better than Mitch the Bitch. So, the quarterback class for the upcoming draft going to be going to have a lot of very good quarterbacks. Going to be stacked to the core. But then it all will depend on what happens with some of these veteran quarterbacks. They're going to retire, come back, request a trade, whatever, you know, case may be, and then free agency, because it's combine, free agency, and then the draft. So we'll see from now until then what happens. But Mac Jones to Mechie for first down tied. That should do it for the third quarter. That should be the final play of the third quarter here. With Alabama leading Ohio State 45-24. They'll switch ends, and then we got 15 Final minutes of college football this season. He went to Mechie. He had a man wide open downfield, though, middle of the end zone, that they'd be celebrating right now. But Alabama can feel it. Alabama's 1 quarter away from another national title. 45-24 at the end of 3.
There's a certain kind of person who doesn't take no for an answer.
Okay, so they're saying Alexa Bliss threw a fireball at Randy Orton to his face. Yeah, flash of fire is, technically considered a fireball, I guess. Yeah. So that's how Raw ends tonight. We'll see what the future holds next few weeks on the road to Royal Rumble, and then we'll be on the road to WrestleMania following that pay-per-view there. I'll have a video previewing, predicting the Royal Rumble this year, so keep an eye out for that, along with all the other wrestling pay-per-view events, along with live reactions, play-by-play, live right here on YouTube. So be sure to tune back in, as always, live right here on YouTube. Links in the description below for social media. If you haven't subscribed already, be sure to do so. Little notify bell next to it as well. Thumbs up button, share hashtag college football, hashtag CFB playoff, chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated as well. And we'll begin the 4th quarter when we return with Alabama having a first down up 45-24 Ohio State.
Smooth driving pays off. With Allstate, the safety you fly, the more you save. You've never been in better hands. Allstate. Make a call for a quote today.
Chris Fowler here, Joseki's new 4x4 commentator. This is unprecedented. Watch him stand tall in the pocket. He's looking for shears over the middle, and he makes the connection. Touch beer. Truly stunning athleticism, folks. Joseki's a most interesting beer.
Checking the coordinates. No, I'm paying my brother back before we get going. He's scoring me a Billy Big Mouth pass. The thing, all fish. For the pancakes. I love those things.
Take me to the river, drop me in the water.
Secure mobile banking from Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
As they talking bucket of KFC, dinner time is my time to shine. Grab some piping hot chicken, young man. Much better than microwave hot dogs. Right, Dad? Eat up. I'm doing the cooking tonight. So pick up a KFC $20 fill-up today.
Set for the final quarter. Welcome back to the College Football Playoff National Championship game presented by AT&T. Tied by 21 and threatening to add to the lead.
45-24 Alabama over Ohio State, with the Crimson Tide knocking on the door, trying to extend the lead here as we begin the 4th quarter. Out of the pistols, Mac Jones, Najee Harris behind him. No Devontae Smith this second half. Hand injuries in the locker room, following a 12-catch, 215-yard, 3-touchdown receiving performance in the first half. Harris on the run, a few yards for him, second down for the Tide, as they lead by 3 scores. Trying to make it 4. 21-point, 45-24 lead over the Buckeyes from Columbus, Ohio, out of the Big Ten. From the 14, second down. Jones going to fake the give, looking to throw, slant over the middle. It's going to be caught by Mechie at the 4. Should have enough for a first down, depending on the spot, if they're going to give him forward progress or not. Should be 1st and goal. Here comes Devontae Smith back out of the locker room. They don't need him to play. He's just going to come back out and stand on the sideline the rest of the game. Don't risk any more injury. He doesn't need to come back in. Like I said, with what he did in the first half, some receivers don't even do that over a few game span. Like, come on.
Taking a peek at the game, the last thing he wants to do is leave his teammates and not see the job done and not be able to.
So now I guess he's going to go get an x-ray, just as Trey Sermon did before leaving to go to a local hospital. Najee Harris, few-yard run for him once again up the gut. on 1st and goal from the 5, gets to the 2. It'll be 2nd goal here, early 4th quarter. What I said earlier in the first half, the way these two teams were battling back and forth, 7 apiece, 14 apiece, 21-14, 21-17, and then Alabama took control. 1st to 50 is going to win it. Well, Alabama's a yard and a half and 5 points away from doing so, as Najee Harris just walks in the end zone, touchdown Alabama, 51-24. And the Crimson Tide, they're going to win. They, all season long, no doubt, have been the best college football team from start to finish. They undefeated 12-0, won the SEC, really didn't stumble whatsoever. I mean, Florida gave them a run for their money late in the second half in the SEC championship game. They had a few other close games, from what I can recall, but Mac Jones, a simple handoff to Harrison in the end zone once again tonight for another touchdown, and extra point up and good. Alabama now leads 52-24 over the Ohio State Buckeyes in this college football playoff national championship game with 13-15 to play. Best of the best. Saban's been able to get them. Alabama, with Nick Saban at the helm, about to win their 6th national championship since 2009. Absolutely ridiculous. Somebody else needs to step the hell up in college football. Other than your Clemsons, your Ohio States, your Oklahomas every once in a while, your Notre Dames every once in a while as well. A&M's going to give Alabama a run for their money next year, I think, in the SEC West. Florida's there too. I mean, if in the Big Ten, you know, Penn State, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, even Minnesota, Michigan State, you know, can get a little bit better and give Ohio State a run for their money, okay. Out west, you got USC, Oregon, Arizona State, and Utah, basically. I mean, Colorado had a decent year. Everything was not normal, though. Shortened, condensed season. Games were postponed, canceled left and right. But Alabama basically played a full schedule, minus a non-conference game or two. You know? And it was all SEC minus the college football playoff here. And they ran the table. More power and credit to them for doing just that. And, you know, the better team's going to win tonight, no doubt. Alabama's up top, Ohio State's in the middle. You know, if you're ranking it on a chart with how this game's gone. You know, coming in, of course, they're even on a level playing surface. But after that Ohio State field goal, that's when Alabama said, you know, screw you. We're going to run away with this, whether you like it or not, and try to catch up. Try to keep up and catch up. Buckeyes haven't been able to do so. They've scored 1 touchdown since. Alabama's scored how many touchdowns since? You know, getting from 21-17 to 52-24. So do the math. Like, it's not rocket science. So, yeah, Mac Jones is nearing 500 passing yards, as Jones is 36-44, 464, and 5 passing touchdowns. Najee Harris has almost 100 rushing yards. Devontae Smith did all that in the first half. Hasn't played because of injury in the second half. So, the big topic of discussion for him moving forward, Devontae Smith, this is, I can already hear it. How broken is his hand? How healthy is his right arm, his hand? Is he going to be able to catch a football ever again? You know, he's going to get drafted in the first round. Somebody will take a chance on him. And, you know, like I said earlier, he could go down the way he's been playing all year. If he keeps it up, one of the best wide receivers ever play. So we'll see what happens moving forward. But they don't need him to play either anymore in the second half. So it is what it is. But Fields in his final Ohio State game, unless he's going to come back again, which I doubt he will. Going to hand off out of the pistol. Second down and long.
Satisfying end of this season, although Mom's concern is going to be for Hunt, son's health. Jones projected as a late first rounder.
Fields now on the bubble screen, complete to Chris Olave. Going to lose another few yards. It'll be 3rd and mile. Ohio State going the wrong way now. Your end zone's that way, not this way. That way. Go north, not south. Fields, I don't know. Well, actually, that wasn't that bad of a pass. It was complete to Olave near side, first down, Ohio State. Didn't look like a good pass from the start. But, hey, it was a completion. Nice catch there on the reception by Chris Olave. Another first down for Ohio State, 36-yard line. Fake the give from number 1, Justin Fields. Complete to Olave once again, right in front of Nick Saban. First down, Ohio State, after another pickup of 11 yards. They're not going to go away, quietly just yet, but, I mean, they're down even as Fields near side going deep, has a man incomplete out of bounds, intended for Garrett Wilson. But Ohio State's down by more points to Alabama than what they have on the scoreboard for themselves at 24. They trail 52-24 right now. Okay? So double 24, you get 48. They still trail by another 4, excuse me. So, another 4 touchdowns just to tie it up with 10 minutes to play. 2 timeouts ain't going to cut it. Time's not on their side. They can't do a damn thing on offense. And they can't stop Alabama while they're on defense. Alabama's offense has been running roughshod on them all night. So what do you expect? Alabama is going to roll tide over Ohio State tonight and win another national title. That's a false start. 5 yards, I'll replay the down.
Rucker, tight end, little quick off the mark.
Offense number 78, 5-yard penalty. It's 3rd down.
Flag the tackle, Eddie Frere. Penalties not a huge factor tonight, just 4 on Ohio State. NFL penalized 5 times. True freshman receivers in the game now for Ohio State.
From the 45-yard line. Fields over the middle is going to be called at the 40-yard line. First down, pickup of 20. But even, in the ACC and SEC too, with all these other conferences, Big Ten, Pac-12, non-Power 5, somebody needs to step the hell up to challenge Alabama, Clemson, Ohio State, and Notre Dame, your 4 playoff teams this year. But then, even everybody else that's been in the playoff, over the course of the playoff era. Georgia, Michigan State, Oklahoma, a few others that I'm probably leaving out. Iowa State's in a damn good spot right now. I think they could be a sleeper to get in the playoff next year right now, if they keep it up and run the table next year. But you can't lose to, Louisiana Lafayette like they did, or beat Oklahoma but then lose to them in the college football Big 12 title game. But then you beat Oregon in the Fiesta Bowl. Okay, you got to build off of that. liking what Iowa State's doing with Matt Campbell right now. And good thing he's staying. You know, his name could have came up for any of these big openings if there would have been a big opening. I mean, Texas was really the only big opening. Post, basically, all the openings being filled. I could see Campbell going to Michigan if they'd fire Harbaugh, but he just signed an extension. He's not going anywhere anytime soon. You know, Campbell's going to be linked to the NFL, just like Matt Rule was last year at this time, taking the Panther job, until he, you know, takes an NFL job, or he, you know, takes over for Nick Saban at Alabama, or if Dabo takes over for, you know, Saban at Alabama going back home. He'll never leave Clemson, though, I don't think. Or if James Franklin would leave Penn State for another school in the NFL, Matt Campbell to Penn State, you know, or Matt Campbell to USC potentially if they fire Clay Helton, depending on what happens with Urban Meyer. You know, his name's going to get brought back up for all these other jobs still. You know, Matt Campbell to Ohio State, Matt Campbell to Lincoln Riley's not going anywhere anytime soon, though, to Oklahoma, unless he leaves for the NFL. Surprised his name didn't get brought up more than what it did, or what it with the usual. Touchdown Buckeyes. ...20-yard passing touchdown once again from Justin Fields in Ohio State. With 30 points, I mean, you score 30, you 9 times out of 10 win, but you give up 52 to Alabama. Yeah, you're losing. But, no, just speculating, of course, thinking off the top of my head there with what I just said. No, I'm liking what Matt Campbell's doing with Iowa State. I think, you know, very well they could be a sleeper to make the playoff next year. Along with A&M, I thought A&M should have been in the playoff this year. I actually had them in the playoff this year. If you go back and check out my college football predictions for the season. But touchdown Ohio State in the meantime. They're actually going to take a look at it, though. It does look like it could get overturned. And we'll see. Just give it to them. They're already losing by how much, so just give them a touchdown. It's not like they can come back and win anyway, so give them another touchdown, get to 31, and, you know, Alabama's still going to be up 3 scores anyway, so, I mean, what's the difference? Everybody, regardless if you had...
word of mouth advertising. It's what they did before commercials.
Well, if you didn't have Alabama by 9, okay, but if you did pick them to win, you know, outright, as a 9-point favorite, 10-point favorite, whatever it ended up being, you don't care right now, because Alabama's probably going to score once they get the ball back again anyway, so not much of a difference. But no, just looking ahead to next year, you know, way too early predictions, potentially. I mean, in the ACC, it's going to be Clemson. In the Big Ten, it's probably going to be Ohio State. The SEC, it's going to be Alabama. The Big 12, probably Oklahoma again. Iowa State there, though. And then the Pac-12, USC, Oregon, Arizona State, Utah, Colorado. UCLA, maybe, with Chip Kelly. So, because take a look back, or no, I don't have that on here. Take a look ahead. Yeah, college football for 2021, 2022. I mean, best non-power 5. You're going to have Cincinnati with Luke Fickell still there. Boise State, App State, you know, Coastal Carolina, Liberty, these Memphis, even Tulsa. These non-power 5 teams are getting better year in and year out. And eventually, one of these years, one of them is going to get in the playoff. Whether, you know, the playoffs still at 4 teams, or they expanded by that point or not, we'll see. But And Notre Dame's going to go back to being an independent next year for the time being, as far as we know. But it's going to be Clemson in the ACC. Yeah, Miami with Derek King coming back. He just tore his ACL, though, in the bowl game against Oklahoma State. Also got Carolina with Mac Brown, but we'll see what happens with either, or even Virginia Tech, Virginia, Louisville, and Florida State, for that matter, too. Yeah, Iowa State, Oklahoma State, Texas. TCU, West Virginia, Kansas State, though. Big 12's getting better. They're starting to play defense. Indiana in the Big Ten, too. I mean, they had a damn good year. How do they build off of that, though, moving forward? That's the big question. They, of course, thought they should have been in the Big Ten title game over Ohio State. Even with a loss to the Buckeyes. But Ohio State, the Big Ten changing the rules for them, didn't at the point in time have enough games played to get the title game, but they were still the best team in the conference, so they switched the rules for them. They get them in, they win the Big Ten, they win over Clemson, and they get to the title game tonight. And with the Big Ten back in August, hey, we're going to play, but then less than a week later after they release the schedules, they cancel the season. A month after that, they, say, okay, we're going to play because everyone else is, and then we start end of October, only going to play this many games, and hey, it all worked out for everyone that did play, I guess, to an extent. I mean, it was totally different than, of course, what it's always been, but when things are different in the world, things in the sports world have to change on top of it. Along with it, I should say, because you just got to do what you got to do sometimes. So they take the touchdown off the board. First and goal, incomplete. Now second goal for Ohio State, 52-24 here, 8:07 to play. But you got to adapt. You got to adjust. Roll with the changes. Life goes on. It is what it is. So at least we got through the college football and NFL seasons to this point. Playoffs will still continue next weekend as we're on the road to Super 55. But yeah, I mean, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Indiana, Michigan State. Rutgers wasn't that bad with Shiano back at the helm in year one, I didn't think. Future's still bright in Piscataway. Northwestern, Iowa, and Big Ten West along with Wisconsin. Nebraska even with Scott Frost, with Minnesota too. So, and then Brett Bielema is coming back to the Big Ten to take over Illinois. And I honestly, truly believe he will have success just as he did at Wisconsin and Arkansas, but he sort of got run out of town because he didn't win as many games as he did with the Badgers compared to with the Hawks. So, keep an eye out for Illinois, honestly, over the next few years in the Big Ten. Big Ten, in my opinion, maybe biased, yes, just as any Alabama or SEC fan for that matter is going to say the SEC is the best conference on college football. The Big Ten, in my opinion, is the best conference in college football and in college basketball right now, too, over the ACC. But, of course, like I said earlier, bragging rights, whoever wins this SEC Big Ten Classic National Championship matchup, yeah, they're going to have something to show for with the win. So, Chris Olave back of the end zone. He caught it, but then he's out. He steps out of bounds. That's incomplete. That is a touchdown. His left foot did get down before his right foot stepped out of bounds. So Ohio State's going to call another timeout to have the officials look at this. They didn't really win the other challenge. They didn't even really look at it. But it wasn't a fumble then. But this is a touchdown. They should overturn that because they overturned the other touchdown they just had, saying it was incomplete. But they say that's incomplete when it's a touchdown. So get it right, Zebras. That's a touchdown. So they'll take a look at it in the commercial break. But yeah, no particular order. Like I said, with Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan, Indiana, Michigan State, Rutgers, Northwestern Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Nebraska, Illinois. Purdue's still there with Jeff Brom. I mean, maybe making a run. I don't know. We'll see. But the Big Ten is the best conference in college football, no doubt. But tonight, Alabama's the better team of Ohio State. So there's that. Marshall, Florida Atlantic, UAB, even Louisiana Tech, potentially, you know, in that non-Power 5 group. Liberty, BYU. Zach Wilson's going to the NFL, so they're going to lose their quarterback. BYU, the quarterback carousel that they've had throughout the years. The MAC, some action in Buffalo, even Ohio with Frank Solich getting up there. Ball State, Toledo. Yeah, San Jose State, Boise State, San Diego State, Hawaii, Fresno State.
This year, it made it really difficult to have a birthday party.
Washington, keep an eye out for Stanford in the Pac-12 next year. David Shaw, I mean, they finished at 4-2 this year. Pac-12 was last to start, along with MAC early in November.
She was in fact happy. We got you something, Nova.
But it's going to go to, I think, either Oregon or Stanford next year in the North for the Pac-12. And then you got Washington. Cal's getting a little bit better along with Oregon State and Washington State, too, following the departure from Mike Leach, who's now at Mississippi State. USC, Colorado, Utah, Arizona State, UCLA, and then Arizona with Jet Fish after a winless season, taking over for Kevin Sumlin, who was fired. And then the SEC, you got Florida, Georgia. So Tennessee's got probably nothing, but well, as we thought we were, you know, gonna be seeing in the Liberty Bowl, taking us home country roads to good old Rocky Top, Tennessee. Of course, the Vols pulled out and Army replaced against West Virginia with the Mountaineers winning. You know, Tennessee in the East, Florida and Georgia are just 10 times better. You know, Pruitt's probably going to get fired after next year anyway, so you might as well fire him now, but who are you going to replace him with? Matt Campbell? You know, you want to go after Mike Gundy again? You go after Mike Leach, who took Mississippi State job last year. Hire Brian Harsin, who went to Auburn. Tom Allen from Indiana. I mean, I'm just thinking this name maybe that could fit for Indiana, or Tennessee, excuse me. So incomplete, 4th and goal. Justin Fields going to tuck and run, and then it's dropped incomplete by Julian Fleming in the back of the end zone. And after all that, with Ohio State having 2 touchdowns, both getting called off the board. One was, then it was incomplete. One wasn't when it should have been, and then they said no still to it. On 4th and goal, it's incomplete. From one Penn State commit to another, Justin Fields to Julian Fleming, they both end up going to Ohio State, and the Buckeyes are going to lose against Alabama in the national championship game tonight. 4th and goal, incomplete. Turnover on downs, 1st and 10 for the Tide. But you got Alabama, A&M in the West. LSU maybe next year, I doubt it though. Arkansas is getting better. We'll see what the Hogs got, but and then Coastal Carolina, App State, Louisiana Lafayette, even Arkansas State potentially with Butch Jones taking over. You know, they, along with all those other teams in all those conferences, you know, could be the best, whether non-Power 5 or in the ACC, Big 10, Big 12, SEC, Pac-12, or anywhere in between. Here comes Devontae Smith. He's got his right hand wrapped. He comes out and sweats. So at least he's going to be able to come out and celebrate, but he's not going to be playing anytime soon. Hasn't played since the first half. But he had 12 catches for 215 yards receiving and 3 touchdowns, all in the first half, in the national championship game this season. So he got his hand wrapped. It looks like it's his fingers, because his 2 on his right hand, his thumb and his pointer and middle finger are wrapped along with his hand. So it's probably, I think, a ligament from anywhere in between all that, unless it's a broken bone. You know, if he broke his finger, or maybe who knows what he actually did. But he's got his hand and wrist wrapped, and his pointer and middle finger are wrapped as he's back on the sideline. So, and I'm no doctor by any means, but I'm just telling you what I see. Alabama on to punt for only the second time tonight, with 6.5 to play. Their first punt was with 10 seconds to play in the first half. Of course, that didn't mean anything because it was halftime. But they punt. Ohio State can get it back 1st and 10 from around midfield. Either Mac Jones or Devontae Smith are going to be MVPs. Should be co-MVPs, honestly. But Jones had a whole game to throw for almost 500 yards and 5 touchdowns. Okay? Devontae Smith had all 12 catches, all 215 yards receiving, and all 3 touchdowns, all in the first half. Absolutely ridiculous. All in the first half, not even the full 30. So, of course, he's in sweats, not going to be playing anytime soon. But he'll still be a first-round pick. We'll see where he goes come April. April 29th officially is when the NFL draft begins, first round. But, yeah, Mac Jones and Devontae Smith have beaten Ohio State whole-handedly by themselves, along with Najee Harris. So, and then Mechie and Waddle, you know, have done what they do as well for Alabama on offense. Ohio State just wasn't. Whether they were prepared or not on defense, I mean, you can say all the players are down and out. It wouldn't have mattered. Alabama probably still would have rolled as they did tonight over the Buckeyes of Ohio State, as we sit at 52-24. So, yeah, by far Alabama's the better team tonight. They've been the best team all season long. They're winning another national title, and that's that. We're going to have to live with it, whether we like it or not. So, yeah. But coming up with what final stats and scores from what's changed, of course, since halftime. And then we'll sign off for the 2020-2021 college football season. And then we'll be on to next year, which is hard to believe because I remember sitting here this time last year, as this past year has absolutely flown by. Circumstances or not, literally has just flown by. I remember sitting here last year, this time, LSU beating Clemson in the national title game. Tigers are the Tigers, Battle of Death Valley, of course, down in the Bayou, New Orleans, Louisiana. Saints are going to host the Bucks Sunday night in the NFL playoffs as well. You know, on to next year. Next year can be here before we know it. Well, we didn't even know if we're going to have a college football season. You know, like I said, after COVID hit. We do, and then the season flies by. This is a year flew by. And regardless if we're going to have more football or not after this with the FCS level and then the NFL playoffs continuing, it's always a long off season from, you know, right after Super Bowl February to, you know, August, September, after training camp start, of course, late July, early August. Field's going to go down the sack at the 45-yard line, so the Alabama defense finally gets to him tonight with 6 and a few seconds left. But next year, next college football and NFL seasons, we'll be here before we know it once again. But we'll be on next year following the conclusion of this game for college football, with Alabama defeating Ohio State in tonight's national championship game.
Joe, you know, we're witnessing, to me, a dynasty with Nick Saban.
no doubt, this is a dynasty that Nick Saban has built with Alabama. 6 national titles in 11 years, along with reaching the national title game most other years as well, or coming just short. And Saban going to get 7 all-time, passing Bear Bryant tonight, the other from LSU in 2003, before he took the Miami Dolphin job and then fired, took the Alabama job, and the rest since 2007 has been history. It's Alabama versus the world, as it's Ohio versus the world in all their sports. But Ohio State not good enough tonight against the Crimson Tide of Alabama. Yeah, Bama has been consistent from top to bottom. And it's Nick Saban at the NFL, or college football level, excuse me, and then Bill Belichick at the NFL level. And they were former assistant coaches together with the Cleveland Browns back in the early 1990s. Last time the Browns won a playoff game before last night. It's funny how things come full circle sometimes. But as the college football season comes to a close, Alabama going to be on top once again. It'll be their first national title in a few years, as they didn't make the playoff last year, and then the year prior they lost to Clemson in the national title game. So 2017 season, January of 18 when they beat Georgia, until now beating Ohio State in this year's national title game. It'll be the first since then for Alabama to win a national championship. But 6 in 11 years, 6 since 2009, like, Jesus Christ. They beat Texas, from what I can recall off the top of my head here. And if anybody knows any others that I'm forgetting, let me know. But they beat Texas, they beat LSU, and they beat Notre Dame. They beat Clemson, they beat Georgia, and now they're going to beat Ohio State. Along with losing a few in the process as well. That's why, you know, they're there. Alabama is there, year in and year out. So count them in for the national title next year, too. At least making the playoff, for God's sakes. Because until, like I said, Nick Saban's long gone, Alabama is going to be on top. As we have 3 minutes and 50 seconds to play, it's second down. Second down and 6 officially for Alabama from the 35-yard line. Under center is Mac Jones. Jones going to hand off to Robinson. He's going to lower his shoulder and a first down for the Tide. It looks like Ohio State has one more timeout to stop the clock, so a few more first downs and Alabama can close it out and start celebrating. Hell, I'm surprised they're not already celebrating. What color Gatorade's Saban going to get doused with? Probably red. Mac Jones going to exit, gets a standing ovation playing in his final college football game, more likely than not, as the Alabama starting quarterback. Bryce Young replaces, so Saban now starting to put in his backups. Jones with a college football playoff national championship game passing yard record at 466 yards passing and 5 touchdowns. Young going to hand off to Robinson. Ryan Day with the loss for Ohio State, so I'm going to lose his second all-time game as the Ohio State head coach. The other was to Clemson, the Fiesta Bowl last year. Avenged that loss, as mentioned earlier, against the Tigers to get to the title game tonight. But he's going to lose to Nick Saban and the Alabama Crimson Tide in the national championship game. Mac Jones, Devontae Smith should be your MVPs. A little hard to pick one. Should be co-MVPs. If you can have a three-way tie with Smith, Jones, and Harris, okay. Because that's the way it should be. But hand off But you look at Ohio State, 7-0, regardless of how many games they played. Yes, one of the best teams, no doubt, all season long in college football as well. However, tonight, not the better team. Alabama by far, just 10 times better, blowing them out. After that Ohio State field goal, because it was touchdowns left and right, and then Ohio State settles for a field goal, and then Alabama, after that field goal, they turned on the Jets and didn't look back, and they've blown out Ohio State since, only giving up another 7 points. 52-24. That was the turning point. That was turning the tide, I think, tonight in this national championship game. Robinson going to break a tackle. Only the one turnover. And it was Alabama turnovers. Mac Jones fumbling. Ohio State recovering. They kicked the field goal, I do believe, as mentioned. And then, since then, Ohio State's been held to 7 points. It was Alabama, Alabama, Alabama rolling over the Buckeyes of Ohio State. So Alabama going to win this year's college football playoff national championship game as the Crimson Tide will take a knee. They'll have to take one more before we get the Gatorade bath and the final seconds ticking away before post-game midfield handshake with Saban and Ryan Day. But Alabama back on top, going to defeat Ohio State 52-24 tonight in the 2021 College Football Playoff National Championship game to conclude this 2020 COVID season for college football. Turn it up. Sweet home Alabama. The Crimson Tide are back on top. Alabama wins it over Ohio State 52-24 as Nick Saban passes Paul Bear Bryant for 7 national championships as a college football coach all time. His 6th at Alabama, as the Crimson Tide have won 6 in 11 years dating back to 2009. Saban's been in Alabama since 2007. His other, of course, at LSU in 2003. But the Alabama Crimson Tide defeat the Ohio State Buckeyes 52-24 as we see a post-game handshake with Nick Saban and Ryan Day as the SEC defeats the Big Ten in the national title. 52-24 Alabama on top of Ohio State. Final stats and scores. In a loss tonight, Ohio State quarterback Justin Fields 17 of 33 for a $194 and 1 touchdown. That 1 touchdown was to Garrett Wilson. Fields also had 6 carries for 67 yards on the ground. Marcus Teague in absence of Trey Sermon, who went down on the very first play of the game. We'll have a post-game interview now with Nick Saban. Teague had 15 carries for 65 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Chris Olave, 8 catches, 69 yards receiving. Wilson, 3 of 50 for a touchdown. Ruckert only got 1 catch for 36 yards in the first half. Smith, 2 for 20. Williams, 1 of 14. And then a few other catches as well. Nick Saban, arguably the greatest college football coach of all time. Post-game interview, winning another national championship. Everybody has had to overcome something these past almost 12 months since last March. But Alabama was the best college football team from start to finish this season. They were, no doubt. They finished at 13-0, winning the SEC, the Rose Bowl over Notre Dame, and tonight's college football playoff national championship game over Ohio State, once again by a final score of 52-24. And moving forward, Alabama's, on top for the time being until next year. next year's national championship game, which we'll get into in a second. But Alabama's more so than not probably going to be in the playoff again next year. Saban with 7 national championships now as a head coach. Not really. He's just happy that they won tonight. Another win in the record book. Another national title. Hell, you line up some of the greatest college football coaches of all time and combine their national title wins. For some, depending on who you put in, yeah, it'll get to 7, but for the most part, as he celebrates with his wife, it'll be, and family, it'll be Nick Saban on top of everyone else, whether you combine them or not. Alabama with the win, 52-24. Mac Jones finished 36 of 45 for 464 yards passing and 5 touchdowns. 3 of those were to Devontae Smith, all in the first half. Smith did not play a single snap because of a hand injury in the second half. He finished, and this is all for Devontae Smith receiving, Alabama receiver, who's going to be a first-round pick, number 6, as Devontae Smith is being interviewed. I'm sure Mac Jones, along with Devontae Smith and Nick Saban, will be getting interviewed, even more moving forward, of course, post-game press conference. But Smith finished with 12 catches for 215 yards receiving and 3 touchdowns, all in the first half. Did not play at all in the second half because of an injury. As Alabama celebrates Ohio State, upset, of course. Still see some players there on the sideline. For the most part, they've all gone back into the locker room now, and they'll head back to Columbus with a 7-1 record to close out 2020, losing to Alabama in the national title game. So final stats for Alabama: Mac Jones 36 of 45 for 464 and 5 touchdowns. The other 2, one was to Harris and then the other was to Bolden. Harris on the ground had 22 carries for 79 yards receiving, or 79 yards rushing, and 2 touchdowns. Harris also had, speak of the devil, 7 catches for 79 yards receiving as well. Brian Robinson Jr., 10 carries for 69 yards in relief late in the second half. And then, as mentioned, Devontae Smith receiving for Alabama, 12 catches, 215 yards receiving and 3 touchdowns. John Mechie III, 8 catches for 81 yards. Him and Waddle, they'll be the go-to receivers next year for Alabama. Harris, 7 catches, 79 yards and a score, so he had a receiving touchdown along with 2 rushing touchdowns as well. Alabama only punted twice tonight. Twice. They had a fumble, but they only gave up 3 points, and then they shot out Ohio State, only giving up 7 from then on out. And then they rolled on offense to victory. Waddle, 3 catches, 34 yards. Billingsley, 2 of 27. Bolden, 3 of 16. Austin, 3 of 16, that is, with a touchdown. So Alabama, your 2020-2021 college football playoff national champions, defeating the Ohio State Buckeyes out of the Big Ten by a final score this evening of 52-24. However, the college football season not officially over just yet. We'll have a spring season for the FCS level, the D1 AA teams that did not play this past fall. They will kick off their regular season next month. But then spring ball for everyone else will in fact begin over the next few months. Hopefully we'll get back to normal, what we know as a normal world in the meantime too. Before the long, dog days of summer, before the start of next year with training camp, fall camp, and then, come September the 4th, 2021, less than 9 months away, that's officially the first big Saturday of next year's college football season. The college football playoff next year with the two semis. They'll take place on New Year's Eve, December the 31st, 2021 into 2022, with the Cotton and Orange Bowls, respectively. Then the national championship game will be a year from last night, January the 10th, 2022, from Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis, Indiana. Now, in the meantime, we're going to have a trophy celebration with Alabama. ESPN actually going to run a video package for Nick Saban and all his national championships he's won as the head coach. The first back in 2003 with LSU, the second in 2009 with Alabama over Texas, the third in 2011 against LSU, his former team. He coached a win over Oklahoma in 2003, so one with LSU, these last 6 with Alabama, against Texas, LSU, and Notre Dame. Had to wait a few years to 2015, beat Clemson. They left Lane Kiffin at the stadium post-game, but he's since moved on to Ole Miss. Then they beat Georgia in the first ever college football playoff national championship overtime game. First play of the game, they win. Devontae Smith has turned into what he's turned into, of course, winning this year's Heisman. And then tonight, Nick Saban with Alabama defeating Ohio State. Saban with blue Gatorade, getting doused with blue Gatorade, winning his 7th national championship and getting carried off the field in the process, it looks like. But Alabama's back on top. The Crimson Tide win 52-24 over the Ohio State Buckeyes and reclaim what they've won time and time again over the years. So as Alabama celebrates, ESPN runs the Nick Saban video package. I'm going to sign off here tonight and for the 2020-21 college football season. I just want to say thank you for tuning in all season long, for watching live reactions, play-by-play of college football live right here on YouTube. Always greatly appreciated, regardless of how big the support has been shown, thrown my way. Just want to say thank you. And hopefully you'll tune in next season for more college football live reactions, play-by-play live right here on YouTube. But in the meantime, from now until then, we'll have a spring season for college football. We'll have spring ball as well. Keep an eye out for more videos, as always, live right here on YouTube, whether they're actual videos or live reaction streams of college football, the NFL, or pro wrestling. Just be sure to like, follow, and subscribe, as always, on social media. That's all you have to do. It's free. It's a free subscription. That red subscribe button, little notified bell next to it, as well as the easiest way to stay up to date on social media. So links in the description below. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. And thank you for tuning in tonight and all season long for my college football live reactions, play-by-play, live right here on YouTube, as tonight in the 2021 College Football Playoff National Championship game, the Alabama Crimson Tide defeat the Ohio State Buckeyes by a final score of 52-24 as Nick Saban claims his 7th all-time national championship as a college football head coach, passing the late, great Paul Bear Bryant. Crimson Tide, turn it up. They're back on top. Sweet home Alabama, 52-24 winners over Ohio State, as we're not tired yet. Sports Center Scott Van Pelt about to begin. Highlights right now. Post-game celebration will continue, though, the trophy ceremony momentarily, but that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96 this evening, and all season long for college football. We'll have more NFL live reactions, play-by-play, along with pro wrestling live reactions, play-by-play moving forward, so hopefully you'll tune in for those. Be sure, as always, to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thank you once again for tuning in tonight and all season long, and I'll see everybody next